Well, hello and welcome to Day 2, Session 4 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Cycling Championships. Dale Woodford with Julian Einarson alongside me, and what an evening we're going to have of racing. It's a big program to get through, just under 4.5 hours of racing. First thing that will come up onto the screens is the women's elite sprint semi-finals. That's what's on our screen right now. The riders are out on the track. They'll be followed by the men, the women's and under-19s 2,000 metre individual pursuit. The women's 3,000 metre, second round of the semi-final rides number 2. Then we've got the men's, the paracycling program, right through to the final races of the night. The under-19 men's and women's points racing. Julian, we're in for a fantastic night's racing.
Yeah, great range of racing, certainly coming up on the boards here at the SIT Xerofes Velodrome, Dell, and that, of course, after yesterday's racing and this morning, with some fantastic times being set by these riders, including, of course, New Zealand record being set by Ethan Mitchell there when the qualifying over the 200 metres. So some riders in some very good form, including the two here in the first event of the night, the semi-final between Southland's Emma Cumming and Elise Andrews. Of course, two riders that have come up against each other time and time again as they come into the bell here in the best of three competition. It's Cummings who's holding up Andrews here at the moment from Waikato Bay. Plenty the fastest qualifier this morning. She hits the front and it looks like she's going to do enough to put herself one notch on the board in this best of three competition. And Andrews sneaking through nicely there at 61k an hour there at 11.746. But more importantly, the first rider across the line to get the bragging rights to move it closer towards the medal round.
They're very good sprinting. You see Emma Cumming didn't do anything wrong, but at the moment, Elise Andrews, as she continues her preparation for the Tokyo Olympic Games, showing her form is right where it needs to be. But fantastic to see Emma Cumming back on track. We've said it a number of times, coming back from a number of injury problems, and it's good to see her racing here at these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. Heat 2 in the semi-final will be Sian Fulton. He's been in sensational form up against Olivia Ray, the winner of the 10,000 metre scratch race last night. And Olivia, of course, hasn't raced a lot of match sprints, but has been performing exceptionally well. Up against Sian Fulton from Tasman. Fulton, over the last couple of years, has been pretty faultless in the way she's ridden, the way she's improving her work ethic. Graham Hunn, the New Zealand High Performance Development Manager, was saying her hard work and work ethic is really starting to pay dividends, and I know there will be a big group tuning in and watching in Tasman. So Olivia Ray, used to riding on the road in the bunch sprints and the criterium. You can see her looking on the right over her shoulder. On her left as she drops down, that's the better position to be. She moves back up the track, Sian Fulton. Giving Olivia Ray some room, and that's what you'll see the top sprinters do. They'll sit off the wheel a little bit so they've got something to run at, whereas when we watch the age group riders, they tend to try and think they've got Velcro attached and get as close as possible. But the top sprinters, they give it some room. They sit off. Sian Fulton out of the seat, just trying to force Olivia Ray to lead out, and Olivia Ray reacts straight away as they go into the 200 metre. The clock starts, but it's not really about the clock. Sian Fulton gets out of the saddle, kicks up onto the shoulder, up onto the hip. 100 to go. Ray's got the inside. She's going to have to fight hard from there. Eases up. Sian Fulton too fast. Goes one up in the best of three. So first of the two semi-final races on tonight's program. Sian Fulton, Elise Andrews tracking to meet in the gold-silver ride later in the program. But the other riders, Emma Cumming, Olivia Ray, they can go back, rethink, maybe change their tactics. Julian coming up, the women's under-19 2,000 metre individual pursuit. The pursuit final, the ride for third and fourth place.
You're not too far away from those pursuits, and of course they've got the men's semi-final for their sprints coming up here in a moment's time as well, but certainly the experience there of Fulton coming to the fore to ensure that she got one up in the competition. But as you rightly said, Dal, they'll go back to the drawing board, they'll do the discussions with the coaching staff to determine what new tactic they might put into play, or at least try and just tweak it a little bit to what they previously tried in that earlier rides.
So if you just popped into the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome, or you're tuned in with us on Sky Sport Next. In the match sprint, they draw for position. They come out onto the track. The rider that's drawn the inside, in this case it's Southland's Bradley Knight. On the outside, Ethan Mitchell of Auckland. The lead rider, unless it's the rider on the outside decides he wants to whip in front and take the lead off him, the inside rider must lead for at least the sort of first 100 odd metres around the track. So usually it's between turn 1 and 2, and from this point on he can decide to give it up if he wants to, and he might try and stand still or force his opponent to the front. Bradley Knight's been in very good form. Ethan Mitchell in sensational form, setting a New Zealand record in qualifying today, and not the fastest conditions. The track was nice and warm, but the air pressure was just a little bit high, but managed to clip, I think, 3/300ths of a second off the national record. He rode from memory 9.763. So Bradley Knight, capable of riding that sort of time as well, the young man from Southland. Ethan Mitchell dives underneath, takes over control. You open the door a little bit and he'll just shut it on you. So Ethan Mitchell controlling it from the front. You know, at that sort of speed, it's hard to come around. Ethan Mitchell, now he commits into the racing line, gets out of the saddle. Bradley Knight sitting close. He hasn't got a lot to run at. Ethan Mitchell's in control. Comes around down the home straight. Bradley Knight goes, I can't do it. I'll have to go back to the drawing board. Mitchell goes one up. 10.2, 70.14 kilometres an hour. Well, Ethan Mitchell, Julian, the only rider to win a medal at the individual sprint championships at the World Champs. Showing why. And he's in some really good form at the moment.
Absolutely, he is the former silver medalist from the World Championship, showing experience plus there when the door opened, and it only opens for a brief moment. If you hesitate in the sport, particularly when it comes to the sprinting, the Keirins, etc., that door will shut very, very quickly on you indeed. And Mitchell taking full advantage of that, and then as much as you can at 70k an hour, taking it as relaxed as he could to try and just keep things under control before he committed over that last 100 metres. As we now look to the two Aucklanders up against each other, with Sam Webster, second fastest qualifier this morning, up against Sam Dakin. So these are two riders, again, done a lot of training together, will know the strengths and the weaknesses. Now can they put it all into play, arriving on the start line in the right mindset to take on the semi-final course at this point in time. Best of 3 competition. So we'll get to see these riders in action throughout the evening to determine who will make it through to the respective rounds for the gold and silver and then the bronze ride. So Webster, the man on the front, a lot of experience on those shoulders, of course. Commonwealth Games sprint champion. He's been a multiple world champion at junior level, right through into the team sprint.
Well, he really is the assassin, isn't he? You never want to meet Sam Webster in a match sprint. You know, you talk about those Commonwealth Games medals, the riders he disposed of in that, you know, Jason Kenny, Chris Hoy, world and Olympic champions. So you come up against Sam Webster. Sam Dakin's grown up looking up to Sam Webster. Now he's taken him on in the semi-final. So Sam Dakin decides to take control. Webster's high on the track. So Sam Dakin it is. Dakin just trying to hold him up. Webster, though, is not buying into it. Uses that power and speed, takes control into the 200 metre mark. And Webster, he's flying, Julian.
Yeah, Webster's away with it here. He's going to bring it on home. This is the man that's part of the World Team Sprint team for a number of years, is going to control things, and he will place himself firmly at the top of the best of 3 series here. But the two Sams are going to the man number 34 in your program, is going to secure himself the first of the best of 3 here in the semi-finals, Sam Webster. It's certainly shaping up to be a great battle between all these 4 riders in this elite men's sprints.
Well, now they got a time to go back. They go back into the pits and rethink, think about strategy, tactics, what they might be able to do. Here we go, just confirming. Sam Webster, look at the speed, 69.8 kilometres an hour. It doesn't really matter what the speed is. So our next event coming up on the program is the 2,000 metre individual pursuit final. We'll have the ride for the bronze medal. And just looking at the New Zealand Championship record, Ali Wollaston is 2:21.995. And Jenna Borthwick was just outside that. Jenna, of course, riding in the final, was just outside that record this morning. So I'm sure she'll go a little bit quicker tonight. So that record could be under threat. It was the New Zealand record, the fastest time by a New Zealander, It was the world record 2:18.081. Elise Andrews, who we just saw sprinting on the track, did that in Italy in 2017. So that record still stands today. Elise Andrews is junior world record.
There's certainly some great matchups here when it comes to this pursuit finals, with Michaela Grant up against Prudence Fowler here for the bronze medal ride, and Borthwick and Sykes up against each other for that gold medal ride. Riders that we've already mentioned on day one, of course, are starting to show that they're in some very good efforts coming into this particular competition. A lot of riders peaking just at the right sort of time already early on in this competition, so it promises to be some fantastic racing over the next few days. And of course, a few of them in here, Dal, got quite a heavy program that they're involved in, and a few of them mixing it up between both endurance and sprint events.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's great to see riders taking on new challenges. Even Nick Kukazu won the kilo riding the sprints. Also, you'll be in the endurance events as well. But just talking about Sam Webster and watching him as he went into the pits to warm down, I don't think it would matter if he was sprinting against you or me, or he's sprinting against one of these guys. His processes just don't change. He's dialed in. He just goes through the same routine, the way he gets up onto the track. So if you're at home watching, you're a young sprinter, he will know everything about his opponent, but he just follows the same routine. He treats everybody with the same respect. So some great learnings if you sit back and watch the process of Ethan Mitchell, Sam Webster. It never changes as they prepare for a sprint. But we change it up a gear a little bit. It's an endurance event, 2,000 metre individual pursuit, under 2.5 minutes of racing. This is the bronze medal ride in the home straight. Michaela Grant of Canterbury. In the back straight, Prudence Fowler riding for Waikato Bay Plenty.
So Grant being in the front straight, being the faster of the qualifiers. That's typically how they'll set them up in terms of the seedings, if you like, or who gets to have the front or the back straight for the respective timed events. Let's head over 2,000 metres, 8 laps on the standard 250 metre track. So both riders get the nod of approval from the starter. The commissaires on either side just keeping a close eye on things, making sure no rider tries to escape too early. Of course, with those starting gates, as we discussed last night, they won't allow you to do that. So they've got to just time it to perfection, just to roll out. They want to just get into the rhythm as quickly as they possibly can here. Of course, all great excitement, just try and go out there pretty hard in that first lap, and then they'll try and just float through in that second one. But that's where it catches out a number of riders. There at times they just continue to allow the moment, the excitement of the crowd and that to try and push it a little bit, and then all of a sudden the times that they try to set their schedule with their coaches can go a little bit awry. So they'll be practiced, well versed for this here, and trying to keep things under control. As Dal said earlier, they've been through this already in the competition, so tonight coming back out, they would have re-looked at their times, looked at the air pressure, the conditions, how they're feeling, etc. Some of them may have changed their gearing for this particular moment to see how the body will bounce back for a second effort.
Well, both riders travelling very well, not a lot between you. Look at those times, 3.561 and 3.551, so we're talking just hundreds, almost thousands of seconds in the early stages. 1,000 metres covered. Prudence Fowler, 1:13, moves a little bit further ahead of Michaela Grant. So at the moment, it's tight and you've just got to hold it together. 300ths of a second between them. So both riders fighting hard for this bronze medal. They both really want it. Getting their call, listening to the coaches, calling the lap times, but really at the moment you just got to give it all you've got. Stay controlled. Try and keep a little bit of the attack. Myron Simpson looks up at the board. Michaela Grant, Prudence Fowler just edging ahead that time, so each half lap it's changing a little bit. So on the back straight, Prudence Fowler, 400ths of a second in front. It's a battle between these two great young pursuiters, both of them fighting hard. That's what we want to see. Look at the speed. They're travelling at just under 50 kilometres an hour. Canterbury's Michaela Grant, Prudence Fowler, Waikato Bay Plenty. Oh, it's getting even tighter. 29 thousandths of a second between them at the moment. Look at that. That's really bite your nails, bite your teeth on the handlebar stem. You just got to keep fighting all the way as they're increasing the speed up towards 50 kilometres an hour. 2,000 metres is the journey. The gun stops. Michaela Grant, she gets there by the narrowest of margins. Very good individual pursuit. They don't get much closer than that. The times 2:23, 3:26 and 2:23, 8:80. Prudence Fowler, Michaela Grant. Well, that was a great battle, Julian. It's good when you see good tight pursuiting.
Yeah, time to perfection, as we said, just staying, keeping things calm and collected here as they try and move through the process over the 8 laps. She would have been well aware of the opposition, knowing that she was up on her at all times there, but the coaching staff would have just kept her under control, had that schedule, and you could see the speed just moving up with both riders as they slowly moved up from about 47, 48 k an hour, just every 125 metres just inching it forward and finishing off at over 50 k an hour. So time to perfection for the Cantabrian to secure a position onto the podium.
The riders will be getting ready for the gold medal ride. Canterbury's Jenna Borthwick up against her teammate Amelia Sykes. Just preparing themselves, getting into the starting blocks. Jenna Borthwick, the top qualifier in the home straight. Amelia Sykes in a shot now. Here's Jenna Borthwick as she does, just sucking in some breaths, getting herself set for the start. Thinking about it. Amelia Sykes going well. She's a little bit faster in qualifying. What else can I get out of the tank? What can I wring out of myself tonight in this individual pursuit final? Jenna Borthwick, she's practiced that 1,000 times. She's practiced it in her mind pre-start. She went with the beeps and now she is underway. And I know she'll be chasing that New Zealand record time of 2:21.955. The gold medal will be what she wants first and foremost, but of course the record, she got close to it this morning. Terry Jide was very happy with the ride of Jenna Borthwick. Amelia Sykes was a few seconds slower in qualifying, but a lot can happen in the final. What can Jenna Borthwick, Amelia Sykes produce at the moment? Amelia Sykes has started a little bit quicker. Jenna Borthwick likes to build into her ride. Amelia Sykes knows what she has to do. If you want a challenge, you've got to go out hard. You've got to take it to the favourite and deliver and leave everything on the track. Amelia Sykes travelling very nicely at the moment. Jenna Borthwick fighting hard.
And of course, tactically, believe it or not, they do come out with a bit of a challenge to the opposition there. They may well have decided we'll go out a little bit faster than what we typically do, just to put a bit of pressure on the opposition, make them a bit nervous, throw them out of their schedule here. You've got to wonder if there's something in the water when it comes to Canterbury, because they've constantly over the years produced very good pursuiters, both in the men's and in the women's division. And again, you're seeing two of the best here in the country going for the challenge of trying to take out the title. It is Sykes, though, who's got the advantage over Borthwick. But we know she's a very patient rider, Borthwick. She knows exactly how to ride these to perfection.
Well, Amelia Sykes is just really putting the screws on now, and she's edged out a little bit more. So Amelia Sykes, this is a brilliant ride. Terry Jide's asking Jenna Borthwick, come on, you've got to start lifting it. You're 3 seconds down now, 1,500 metres of the distance covered. Amelia Sykes travelling at 51 kilometres an hour, in control of this individual pursuit final, 2,000 metre individual pursuit final. Amelia Sykes, Jenna Borthwick, the gap is widened again. This is a fantastic ride from Amelia Sykes. She's getting plenty of encouragement as well. Amelia Sykes, can she hang on over the closing stages?
It's getting tighter, but it looks like Sykes is going to have the energy to do it all here, as Borthwick just starting to roll on the bike as they roll into the last few hundred metres of it. Come on, folks, give them some support as they go across the respective lines here. Sykes with a fantastic ride indeed to bounce back this evening at 51 k an hour to take it in 2:20.044.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new New Zealand record to Amelia Sykes, 2:20.044. What a fantastic performance. Oh, she went out hard. She's taken a good chunk of time off Ali Wollaston's championship record of 2:21.955.
It's a big chunk of time to remove from that, not only to take the national title out, but to get the New Zealand record to boot. That is a fantastic effort here, and what a great final between the two. Borthwick with a 2:23. That's nothing to sniff at either. That is outstanding for the two young ladies here to put on a fantastic performance here on day 2 of these national championships in Invercargill. And it sets the benchmark now for the rest of the pursuiters coming on out. That will certainly G them up here for their respective finals.
Well, that's set the scene for tonight, hasn't it? A New Zealand record. Brilliant performance. It's also eclipsed the all-comers record as well. So that was done by Ali Wollaston, December 18, 2019. So Amelia Sykes. Oh, we're talking about Jenna Borthwick going for the record. Amelia Sykes, she kept plenty in the tank from this morning. As we look at Nicole Shields and Kirsty James in their ride, 3,000 metre individual pursuit. Two riders from Southland. Kirsty James, of course, the championship record holder. Things didn't go quite her way this morning.
So a clean start for both the riders here. Some big gears being ridden. We've talked about this sort of thing before where gear selections are all important. From that standing start, the old legs, it'll be absolutely screaming as they try and get on top of it and start to roll through in their first lap. Some of the riders will be opting to get straight down into the set lap times that they want and just hold that all the way through. Others will just be slightly building into it with each of the laps. We'll soon give away how they're approaching it between the two riders here. And their coaching staff keeping a close eye on them. And of course the coaches, if you keep a close eye on them on the inside of the track, there's various ways in which they'll do it. They might crouch down to let them know the time that they've got when they've come through. And you can see that called out for a few of the riders here tonight. Others will just step forward and back from the midway line to let them know if they're up or down on their opposition. And often you'll see in these finals here, the riders will do a combination of a schedule as well as the second half of the race, what they're like up against their actual opposition here, because at the end of the day you still need to distribute the energy levels across the entire distance of the race. This is a great wee final here between the two Southlanders. This is for the bronze medal in the elite women.
Well, after 1,000 metres being covered, we've got 200ths of a second between the two riders, so it's exceptionally tight at the moment. Neither rider wanting to give away the little split second. They know each other well. They've been training well. Kirsty James, Nicole Shields. It's going to be who can hold it together through the halfway, through the three-quarter, and who can bring it home in the last 500 metres. Kirsty James, Nicole Shields. Kirsty James just edged out a little bit, 0.21 of a second. But it seems to be this, it's almost they've got a bit of a head-tail wind at the moment. It swaps around, it dices around, but of course it's just inside here. There's no wind at all except for the breeze they generate and what circulates around the track. 153, they're absolutely flying.
Of course, these riders now have just increased the distance. We've gone from a 2,000 metre pursuit to 3,000 metres. It's a long way over the time. Both riders now nudging up over 51k an hour. There's not much between the two of them, but James continues to have the advantage over Shields here as they make their way towards the sharp end of the race. Still only 0.37 of a second difference between the two as the crowd starts to roll up and give them plenty of support here, because now the legs start to really burn as we're over 2,000 metres into it.
Well, this is nail biting. It's tight. 0.543 of a second so between them, so it's still Kirsty James, but only just. Nicole Shields is throwing everything at Kirsty James. 52 kilometres an hour, the speed's just increasing, 500 metres to go. Kirsty James is now, she's just edged out to 0.6, but she's going to have to keep it together over the last 500. Nicole Shields, can she come back? What can she throw at Kirsty James for the bronze medal? It's still 0.6 of a second between them. Kirsty James fighting to hang on to this bronze medal ride. Nicole Shields, it's 0.5, it's come back a little bit. So Kirsty James, the crowd's starting to cheer both riders on. They've both got their fans in the crowd. We're down to 0.4 of a second between the two. Kirsty James, Nicole Shields, they're going to come up to the line to stop the clock. Kirsty James by 0.166.
You couldn't ask for a tighter finish between the two. What a comeback. But Kirsty James, she manages to hold on there for a fantastic 3:27.271, 3:27.437 from Shields. As tight as you could possibly make it. You know there's medals up for grabs when they go out and challenge each other as hard as they have here tonight. Folks, would you put your hands together for our two finalists for the bronze medal? Kirsty James, and the first rider to put her name to the board for the podium later this evening.
Well, when it's that tight, you've got to feel for the rider that gets fourth. But that, two outstanding individual pursuit finals. The U19 Women's New Zealand record, nail biter for the bronze medal. We now move on to the gold medal ride. The Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. If you've just joined us on Sky Sport Next, Dale Woodford with Julian Einerson. We're now into the gold medal ride in the individual pursuit. Jamie Nielsen in the front straight, Ronnie Bortha in the back straight. Both in the colours of Waikato. We're looking at Ronnie Bortha on our screen. You can see her head down low as you look across the Velodrome. There she goes. And there's Jamie Nielsen, starter in the New Zealand team's pursuit. And she's in absolutely great form. You know, she will also be in a battle. Ronnie will not give up, or not. She might not be quite as quick in qualifying, but it's a whole different beast tonight. It's how you've recovered during the break, what you've had to eat, what you've had to drink, where your mind's at. So many factors come into this final, how you back up. So we'll just wait for the countdown. Ronnie Bortha underway in the back straight. And they have their riding some big gears, that's for sure. Jamie Nielsen.
As you said, trying to back it up from this morning is going to be all important for these riders, because of course the first round of the competition these days, it has been for a number of years now, is treated very much like a final. There's no guarantee of trying to get your way through like they used to many years ago. We had a number of rounds of pursuits. Now very much can you go out full gas in the morning and come out and redo it all again in the evening, where of course we're looking at two riders here as part of the National Endurance Squad. So they're quite used to going out here time and time again, putting the body on the line. The old lactic acid will continuously be burning through the legs here, but they would have done their processes correctly and brought themselves out here for this gold medal ride.
Well, as they approach, we'll watch as what they go through the first kilometre split, 0.7 between them at the moment. Ronnie Bortha just trailing Jamie Nielsen. At the speed is building. Nielsen already up to 50 kilometres an hour. She's ahead on where she wants to be at the moment. If we look where Myron Simpson was standing on the track. Ronnie Bortha, but she won't give up. They've gone through that first 1,000 metres. Jamie Nielsen still in control, 0.695 of a second. And they will just continue to wind up, get the gears going, get on top of it. And then they try and hang on over the last 500 or keep building on their ride. The idea is not to slow down in the individual pursuit, is continue to build and get faster right throughout the process. Ronnie Bortha starting to come back, 0.38 of a second. So this is going to be another very tight individual pursuit, 0.191 of a second. Ronnie Bortha decided at 1,500 metres it's time to start making a little bit of a move on Jamie Nielsen. Almost neck and neck, 0.9 of a second between them. You won't be able to see that if you blink. That's it, it's gone. Jamie Nielsen still, no, she's just dipped under Ronnie Bortha, starting to take control now by 0.3 of a second. Jamie Nielsen's going to have to fight back. Ronnie Bortha, she is travelling exceptionally well. She's into her ride, her head's down nice and low. She's in that controlled tuck position. Moves out to 1.03 seconds in front of Jamie Nielsen.
Yes, it could certainly come down to the rider with the technique the best to keep it as low to the track as possible. They're under a lot of pressure on the bikes here, as you can see them trying to tuck down below the black line, the measuring line here of the track, exactly 250. Can they sneak a little bit? As you see Jamie just go down onto the apron to try and sneak herself a little bit of extra time. Staying tight into the aero position here could make all the difference between these two as they continue to lift the pace, approaching 52k an hour now. And it's still Botha who's now got this lead, and she's looking pretty solid with it, with only a few laps now remaining.
Yeah, Ronnie Botha's got this race under control right now. All she's got to do is keep it together. She's moved out to 2.5 seconds advantage over Jamie Nielsen. So the back straight riders are having all the luck in the final tonight. They've come with the form. Maybe they kept a little bit more in the tank from this morning. Ronnie Botha, 52.4 kilometres an hour, approaching the last lap of the race. Jamie Nielsen, Bronnie Botha, they go to the line. Bronnie Botha, 3:26.166. So 3:26.166, just a fraction outside the New Zealand Championship record of Kirsty James. A very good ride in taking the national title. Bronnie Botha.
An outstanding ride, and once again a fantastic final here on day 2 of the championships. Folks, would you put your hands together for Nielsen and Botha, putting on a fine performance for you here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. As tight as it could be, and then once again another record put under threats. So obviously some conditions out there pretty good for these riders here this evening. As we've already seen today, both a sprint record and a pursuit record broken here on day 2 of this championship. Making for some fantastic racing here for all to watch online, as well as, of course, live here at the Velodrome in Invercargill.
Well, it's the individual pursuits. A couple of great finals. Well, they backed up what they did this morning. Coming up next, in the Vantage Elite Windows and Doors Under 19 and Elite National Track Championships is the men's Under 19 Keirin semi-finals. Keirin semi-finals. And we saw some great heats, great repercharge for that to happen. I think we'll be coming in with the sprints. We'll have the second ride in the sprints. That'll be followed by the Keirin semi-finals. So the second ride in the sprints coming up. So we'll have Elise Andrews, Emma Cumming, Sian Fulton, Olivia Ray, Ethan Mitchell, Bradley Knipe, Sam Webster, Sam Dakin coming in for their second ride. So we just wait for the riders to get set, draw for the position. The commissaires, it's the referees in the white shirts down there to give us the all clear. Eugene's been giving us some great photos. Tim Carswell after Elise Andrews. There's Olivia Ray, Tim Pawson. So been looking after the Auckland team down here. So Sian Fulton sits on the chair, just waiting, thinking about her ride. Joining us in the men's sprints as we head into the para, we'll have Nick Blenko, who performed outstandingly in the para. You would have seen him last night in the kilometre. He's going to join us, give us some insight to the sprinting, the para pursuits that are coming up. So we do look forward to that.
You mentioned some of those names down on the inside of the track. Dale, we talk about experience of the riders themselves, but of course all the officials, the team support that are around, the coaches, etc. They come with a fair bit of really good resumes as well themselves, as a lot of them being former riders at the highest level, which can make certainly a big difference for riders coming onto the track. Just getting them into the right headspace, giving the right advice, something just to bounce the ideas off, and it often happens here, particularly in these sprint events.
Of course, this is session 4, day 2 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Cycling Championships. If you just joined us on skysportnext, welcome to the coverage. Dale Woodford and Julian Nisenson, soon to be joined by Nick Blenko to give his expert insight into the world of paracycling and also some sprinting, because he's out there doing it on the track. The riders coming up. This is the second ride. So Elise Andrews, Emma Cumming.
So Andrews currently 1 up in this competition. This is the best of 3 here for the sprint semi-finals of the Women's Elite Sprints. As we saw, Elise Andrews this morning is the fastest qualifier, but now it's just all about rider on rider. First across the line, and Andrews, there's that current green marker right beside her name indicating that she's taken out the first of these rides. And potentially some of these races tonight could see it going right through to a third ride, but of course Andrews, if she can get the second one, she's done enough, and that's what she'll be wanting to do. Because, of course, each and every one of these efforts just takes the sting out of the leg. So if they can get it knocked out in a couple of rides, they're more than happy to do so, give themselves a little bit further recovery time. As these sprinters, they love to ride these massive big gears. And it can certainly, even though it's only over last 200 odd metres at their full gas, it can take those sting right out. As Cummings comes underneath on her home track, keeping Andrews high onto the boards here as they start to roll through with 1 lap to go. Andrews looking pretty relaxed with it though. She swings back up at the 43 degrees to try and give herself a bit more of a nudge down the back straight, and she just slingshots herself straight past Emma Cummings, and that will be enough for her to roll on through. She'll ease on off and take it 2 from 2. Emma trying desperately just to try and keep her out, but just couldn't do enough here in the end. Alicia's too fast, and she'll be the first rider to make herself available through to the gold medal ride.
Well, Elise Andrews, that's what you'd expect from Elise Andrews. Of course, as we mentioned earlier in the evening, a sprint rider at the Olympic Games. And Emma Cumming coming back from injury. We are going to the gold medal ride where she'll meet either Sian Fulton or Olivia Ray. Sian Fulton will be wanting to do exactly the same thing in this second ride, just get it all over and done with as quickly as possible. Olivia Ray will be thinking, how can I get back into this? How can I force it to go to 3? Match sprinting. There's not a lot between the riders in terms of time, so one little mistake and it can be a bike length before you know it. Sian Fulton in the colours of Tasman. Of course, some great riders come out of Tasman over the years. Olivia Ray, very popular rider, heading off to the States, I think, on about the 7th of next month, and then a little bit of a campaign in Europe before the US season gets underway around June for her. So they're just hoping the COVID situation improves and she gets lots of racing. She'll be able to sport the National Criterium Champions jersey, and of course if she gets to race any of the tracker scratch race events, she'll also be wearing the National 10,000 metre Champions jersey. So she sits off a little bit. Sian Fulton, 1 up's quite happy to lead out. Very strong rider, just as I mentioned, the top of the heat number 1. Just improved, getting better and better. Her work ethic, the way she trains. So Sian Fulton, she won't underrate Olivia Ray. She knows Olivia's got a lot of strength and a lot of top speed. She'll lack a little bit of track craft and experience in the match sprint situation. So Sian Fulton's not taking her lightly at all and just winds up, but she's controlling the wind up as they go into the 200 metre mark. Sian Fulton down the back straight now, gets out of the seat. Olivia Ray goes, I saw that kick and I'm just not going to be able to match that. I'm a road sprinter. Sian Fulton, all class, takes it 2 straight rides. She will meet Elise Andrews in the final. Olivia Ray, Emma Cumming will meet later on in the bronze medal ride.
So it will be a fantastic final for the gold medal ride with the fastest 2 qualifiers from this morning, with Fulton up against Andrews, and of course there are other 2 riders now with Cumming and Ray will be meeting for the bronze medal rides later on this evening here, so they'll head back to the drawing board with their coaches and start discussing their opposition and how they'll approach that particular one, as we see the confirmed results up on the board there for event number 26. And Bringing out into the track now, we'll be moving to the semi-finals of the men's sprints with Ethan Mitchell and Bradley Knight, followed by Sam Webster and Sam Dakin. Mitchell one up in the competition, as is a Webster.
So Ethan Mitchell, Bradley Knight getting set. And they've just changed seats. Very fortunate to have Nick Blenko, of course, gold medal in the kilometre time trial on the opening day of these national championships. And you must have been delighted with Nick. Nick, thanks very much for joining us up in the commentary. So as we just watch Ethan Mitchell, Bradley Knight, Nick's just joined us in the commentary. So Nick, fantastic performance by yourself in the kilometre time trial, day one of these championships. Here we're into the match sprinting. We'll ask you a little bit about your ride at the moment, but Ethan Mitchell, Bradley Knight, who's your pick?
I think Ethan Mitchell had a great ride this morning, and I think he'll carry that form into today and tonight.
Well, let's see. Ethan Mitchell's in control at the moment. So Ethan Mitchell, he's got Bradley Knight tucked out on his back wheel. So is Bradley Knight going to be able to keep coming over the top? Ethan Mitchell, he's not taking it lightly. He goes down, he goes through in two straight rides. So tactically, Ethan Mitchell, very, very good in that ride. Didn't make a mistake. So you're right, Nick. He carried his form from earlier in the day, and that first ride this evening made it look pretty easy.
Yes, I think it'll be a world-class final with Sam. I think we'll take out the next ride. I'm putting my eggs in that basket. I think he'll have another great ride.
Well, you've got your eggs in both baskets, really, because you've got Sam Dakin and Sam Webster. So which Sam are you picking, mate? It's 1-0 to Sam Webster right now, but Sam Dakin, he's got a plan, I reckon.
Yeah, he'll have to definitely use the craft around the track and try and put Sam Webster into some difficult positions to, I think, overcome that speed of Sam Webster.
So your kilometre time trial ride on the opening night, a personal best performance, and you're obviously delighted with that, and your build-up's going well as you're thinking about the Paralympics, Tokyo.
Yeah, it's been a weird 12 months with games going on and then off, and then waiting to see if they're coming back on, but we can't really worry about what's happening around the world. It just have to concentrate on performing at the national championships. So putting that all together, and also the ability to race at a world-class event's pretty exciting.
It's been great to see the para athletes here. You're not here as a para team. You're here representing your various centres. You've got Waikato, Canterbury, Auckland, all with para athletes. It's fantastic. Tell me, I see a lot of timed events for the paracyclists. Are there, and bunch events on the road? Are there a bunch of events on the track, or match sprint type events on the track?
At World Champs we have a scratch race, so each classification has their own scratch race. So it's not something that I get involved with. It's a bit too far for me. But yep, we have road events as well, and the scratch race. It's not something we do at nationals. We just don't have the competitors to put together a scratch race.
Well, numbers are continuing to build, so already we've seen the numbers grow, and the integration, the power into the teams. It's fantastic to see, contribute a lot to these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 track championships. I'm sure you might not be riding, but hopefully I'm still commentating them, and we're here together talking about some bunch races in a few years' time. So Sam Webster, Sam Dakin on the front at the moment. He's got the no gloves on, so if you're watching, Sam Webster, they're in the same colour kit. He has the white gloves, the rider at the back. Sam Dakin's got to have a real plan up his sleeve if he wants to get one over the master. Sam Webster, they were both down having a little bit of a chat to each other. I spoke to both of them earlier in the day before this final, so Sam Webster sitting nice and close, making Dakin look left-right, but he was up to it. Now pins him to the top of the track. Sam Dakin drops down. Well, he's going to give Sam Webster the lead out. Or Webster decides, well, if you're going to do that, I'll just roll round over the top. They go into the 100 metre. Sam Webster kicks over the top. Sam Dakin puts his head down and then goes, well, I just can't match that. Sam Webster, he's going to go through in 2 straight. He will meet his mate Ethan Mitchell in the final. So Nick Blenko, you called it right. Sam Webster, 2 straight rides, too good.
Yeah, it was a great ride by Sam Dakin, just holding Sam Webster a bit out, but I think it shows the world class of Sam Webster. Take it 2-0.
Yeah, some very good sprinting. Keirin racing coming up. I'm going to bring Julian back into the commentary, and then you're going to come back and help me with the para individual pursuits, because I've got some records here. I know some of those records could be under threat in those individual pursuits this evening.
Yeah, I think it's great rides by the para athletes this morning, and quite excited to be able to try and replicate that in this evening's session.
So is it pretty hard, like, for the riders to back up? So they put a maximum effort in qualifying. What have they gone through in the gap to come out and do it again tonight?
Most importantly, warming down and getting that nutrition in and that rest as well. I think you'll find for the evening sessions, the warm-up won't be as intense as it was this morning. They'll be turning those legs out over, but I think those, having that medal as a carrot to chase will be enough for this evening.
That's awesome. Thanks very much, Nick. We'll get you back and after these 2 Keirin rides to talk about and talk us through and take us through those individual pursuits. Nick Blenko, great to have his expertise and insight into sprinting, what you do in between, and of course paracycling. Julian, they're absolutely amazing. I was talking earlier, he's not here, but Jack, what's Jack's surname, Nick? Jack Edwards, is it? Yeah. No, Jack McSweeney, that's right, Jack McSweeney, doing a 200 metre time trial at the Cambridge 3-day. Jack's got one arm and he rode 12.2 seconds, an incredibly good ride and amazing skill and strength to do that. And he's got a little bit of a shoulder and neck issue at the moment, so unfortunately he couldn't come down. But we're into Keirin semi-finals. This is heat 1 of 2. Michael Adu, Redmond Connolly, Jackson Russell, Luke Blackwood, Ewan Cousins, Hamish Coltman. Adu's for Canterbury, Connolly Auckland. We've got Russell, Cousins, and Coltman from Waikato Bar Plenty, and Luke Blackwood in the colours, also in the colours of Auckland.
So a good lineup here for this semi-final with these under-19s. If you haven't seen a Keirin before, there's quite strict rulings around it. It's tightened up over the years. It was considered one of the most dangerous rides out for a number of years with the big sprinters. No one giving an inch to each other, and they still don't these days, but they've just rearranged a few things here for the riders. So the number they draw is the one in which they have to go into this particular order for. And you can see the electric bike there. It's why it's so quiet out there on the track at this moment in time. So the riders will appreciate that. No sort of fumes and that to have to deal with. And he'll just constantly build the pace up with Glenn Thompson, of course, former Commonwealth Games champion in 1998, working now for Cycling Southland. Does a great job in and around the schools. So a lot of experience there, just dragging them on through as the riders just keep a close eye on each other over the half dozen laps. Of course, another change to it now. Of course, it used to be the 8 laps before it disappeared off. Now it will be coming off here very shortly to open it up for the sprint.
Well, it comes off with 3 to go at 50 kilometres an hour. They go through at 30. Oh, big tumble. There we go. So the bike pulls off. Someone tips the wheel. We started with 6 riders. We're down to 2. The gun goes. So they will have to reset and look at doing that all over again. Pick themselves up. We'll just have a look. Bit of a splinter on the track. Yeah, I think the first rider to go down was Michael Adu of Canterbury. Tipped the wheel.
Yes, it doesn't take much at all, particularly in these sprint events, just a touch of it all. You can see the Aucklander looking for a new skin suit, I think, later on this evening as they leave a bit onto the track. So, of course, the coaching staff will be checking all over the bikes, making sure everything's all good. Of course, medical staff right in there doing a great job ensuring that all the riders are okay. Meanwhile, the track team will be on there checking out for any dents on the track. Of course, particularly the pedals can dig into the track when they have those sort of sliding across action there, and the splinters with these $200 plus tyres on. The riders prefer a nice smooth sort of a track, but it's good to see all the riders all standing up, and they'll just get the check, and there we go. There's the team in action. Mr. Multitasker Glenn Thompson off the journey and straight on to taping up the track.
Yeah, so like a Band-Aid, they just cover up any grooves and dents in the track, and they will be fully repaired maybe overnight or at a later date. So the duct tape comes out. Happens all over the world. We've seen some big gashes. One of the biggest I can remember was at the World Cup in Cambridge when Sam Dakin came down, hit his head really hard on the glass, took a massive chunk out of the track, and they had to figure out how to bog it up and cover it, because you just putting the tape on, it wasn't enough, it was so deep. But this is not looking too bad. They just look as they slide along, inspect the track, its condition, and they will be back out racing. Of course, this track is the Siberian pine, isn't it, on the track, so it is a hard wood, but of course the wood doesn't have any treatment on it. It doesn't have any varnish or anything like that, so when the track's laid, it's brilliantly white, and over time with the riders going round and round, the rubber, the track settler gets darker and darker. Over the course of the life of the track, of course, you can sand it a few times. It's over $200,000 to sand the track and bring it back into condition. They try to take off as little as possible. There's a couple of people in the world do it. Of course, the track builders, the Germans, the Sherman brothers, and Mike Tudor from over there in Adelaide, he does it as well. So they have a machine that goes around and sands the surface of the track and just smooth it out, and you can do that, I think, Julian, most tracks around about 3 times before you have to start considering possibly replacing the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. They try to delay the fact of having to do it, of course, because it takes off that the whole maturing of the timber there for the speed of it. And as you said, it started off back 2006, of course, as New Zealand's first ever indoor velodrome, and that was a pure white looking colour, very clean looking timber when it first went on. It had quite a gleam to it actually, and it didn't take long, of course, with the use of both events like this, but of course also one of the unique tracks around the world, just like Cambridge, where the general public can also come down and use the track as well. So it gets plenty of usage, that's for sure, and it's a great facility to have available here in New Zealand, let alone in Southlands. And of course those fixing the track at the moment will be quite relieved, because it's happening on the straights, which are 18 degrees here for this velodrome. And in the banking, it's at 43 degrees. And if we'd seen that sort of crash happen there, it would have been out with the ladder and up that to try and get themselves up, because as they built the track here back in 2006, they had the harnesses out for the builders to try and construct this track, which took them just over 5 weeks. I think at that point in time was one of the fastest ever built tracks in the world.
So a little bit of a delay on the program. And Thompson back on the Dooney motorbike. So the riders, they'll reset themselves. A little bit of adrenaline will be pumping. We'll see if they bring out heat 1 again, or they go into heat 2 and bring heat 1 out after that. We've got 4.5 hours of racing on tonight's program. We started at 5, we're into event 33 of I think 42 events on the program tonight, or through to event 42. Plenty of racing to come, with the paracycling individual pursuits coming up. Of course, some medal presentations, women's elite sprint semi-final rides, women's under-19 Keirin finals, the men's Keirin finals. The elite women's elimination race, I think that's one of my favourite races in track cycling, where all the action is on the last rider that crosses the line till we get down to the final 2. The under-19 men's 10 kilometre scratch race, the women's under-19, the 15 kilometre points race. So it's a full program. It's a really exciting program. If you've just joined us on Sky Sport Next, Dale Woodford along with Julian Einarson covering the action for you here at the SIT Zero Fees at Velodrome in Invercargill, We're on day 2, session 4 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite Under 19 National Track Cycling Championships. Glenn's set on the back straight on that very impressive looking electric bike. I bet that's got some tow. I bet it goes from 0 to whatever in a fairly quick time. No doubt Julian's been around the track on it full speed, since he doesn't pedal the bike around it much these days.
No, I'm all for the downhills these days. The body's just built for that. But yes, we have had that bike out and it's been whipping around here quite a bit recently in times as riders prepare for their national championships, where it's this one, of course, or the age group championships coming up in a few weeks' time in early March in Cambridge. The riders using it for their speed work. There's Sally Marr, just multitasking, going from being the new SBS Bank Tour of Southland Tour Director. And that's who assisting here, getting the track all prepared and ready to go for these riders. You can see them in the warm-up area there on the inside of the track with the cones out. The riders utilise that, usually just for the last few minutes before they head out for their respective events. As you can see on the internals of the track there, a lot of them on their wind trainers, their ergs, etc., rollers, depending on what their process is. Some will also be out on the road and doing a bit of a ride there, whether they're riding down or riding, getting ready for their events, and that just to get rid of that acid. It looks like our riders now coming back out into the track for another attempt here at the Keirin.
Yeah, this is heat 2, Julian, so the riders are giving a little bit of time to repair and get patched up, and the bikes, anything that needs done. So heat 2 on the inside from Mid-South Canterbury, it's Jonathan Fish. Liam Kavanagh in the red, white and blue little aero helmet. Coming up outside him, it'll be Zach Patterson, and the 19 National Road Race Champion. Ronan Shearing from Southland. Gee, he rode well this morning. He made it look easy getting through to this semi-final. Top of the track, I think it'll be Kaola right up at the top, and the colours of Tasman. This is a tough heat. 3 will, what do we got going through? 4 will go through to the final, I think it is. 3 through to the final. The top 3 ride in the 1 to 6 final. And then 4 through 6 go to the 7th to 12th place. So everyone wants to make the A final. Kaola, top of the track. He's a really impressive young man. Inside him, Jared Mann, young boy from Hamilton Boys High School. Loves this track cycling. It's good to see him here getting this experience, mixing it with the, I guess you'll call it the big boys. That's in terms of experience and how long they've been riding for.
I'll be intrigued to see how Fish goes here. He's a very good rider from Mid-South Canterbury. Performed extremely well both on the road and track. In fact, from memory, is the current national club race champion for the under-17s. And that moving up now into this under-19s, as we mentioned last night. A lot of these young riders in their first year up into the under-19s. But Kaola would certainly be one of the riders here that would be indicated as one of the top performers, the possible favourites coming into this heat. But as you said, Dal, very challenging heat. Ronan Shearing, as we said, rode well this morning. And Ronan, we know him from down here, of course. He rides some very good position. And let's see what he can do here on his home track in the semi-final.
Well, he sits in fourth position on the track. Kaolart's at the back. Jonathan Fish is leading. Jonathan Fish got good turn of speed. And the bright orange helmet, those beautiful colours of Mid-South Canterbury. Well, Zach Patterson decides we'll move around the outside, take control at the front. Ronan Shearing goes, well, I'm just going to position myself. Fish gets caught on the inside. Kaola goes, well, I don't want to get caught 3 wide, 3 out. So he moves up onto the shoulder. So that's where he wants to be. So Lark gets out of the saddle. He'll have a little bit more of a kick and top speed. Patterson, very strong endurance rider, moves himself up onto the outside, riding perfectly. Doesn't want to get caught on the inside of the wheel. They'll come around. Kaolart's got it under control, just like all good sprinters. Sits the riders on his hip, judges the pace. They'll come in. Do they get the bell that time through? So still, they're going to come around. They'll get Orr's starting to move. Shearing round the outside. So they're going long. Kaolart on the inside. Who's going to take this one out? Kaolart. Shearing goes through. Patterson might have done enough to get through in the top 3 as well. So Lark, Shearing and Patterson, they can put their names into the book. Of course, provisionally from up here where we're standing. We'll wait for it gets confirmed by the Chief Judge. Very good, Keirin. Some good tactical riding. Great to see the riders are not getting caught out, not getting caught on the wrong side of the wheel.
Yes, it gets very tight there coming into that last bend often in these Keirins. There's just no space available. And we'll see something similar tonight when we get to the eliminations for the women. The same sort of thing. We basically describe it like the wall coming up for the riders, and there's just nowhere else to go. Doesn't matter how fast you are. So positioning like in all track racing, but particularly when it comes to the Keirin racing, is all important if you want to secure that place through to the next round of competition. So there'll be a lot of relief amongst those top three. Of course, the others will be up for the B final later on. But meanwhile, those guys will be refocusing, knowing now that they're that one step closer to a possible medal. A tough round of competition for them. Of course, it's just drawn out of the old hat, determining who's going to be up against who for the various heats. They do keep an eye on, though, ensuring that try not to have too many from the same centre in the competition, so they'll split those up at times. There's the confirmed coming through. Oh, very quickly rolling through for us there.
So the Heat 1 start list, they might be, yes, they're going to be bringing out the riders from Heat 1. That's confirming the results of that semi-final. The first riders through, Ronan Sheeran, Kyle La, Zach Patterson. Going through to the B final, Lem Kavanagh, Jared Mann, Jonathan Fish. So Adu, Connolly, Russell, Blackwood, Cousins and Coltman will be making their way back onto the track. Some of them are a little bit worse for wear. Of course, they won't really be feeling that at the moment. The adrenaline will be pumping. It'll be later on tonight when they feel the burn from the boards here. The SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. They're tough young men. It's not something they haven't experienced before. So they won't have to redraw for positions. They'll come up in the same positions as they had last time.
Now don't forget, of course, we are live here, of course, with Sky Sport Next, and of course there is the live chat available as well. We got a lot of feedback last night, a lot of questions and comments in support of their respective riders, so jump on board there if you're at home watching this here and want to have a shout out for some of your riders or got a particular question. We'll try and answer that for you as we get prepared for this next round of competition here in Invercargill. Of course, been the host a number of times over the years for the national championships. Of course, they bounce between Cambridge and Invercargill over the last few years now. As we said, some of the young riders busy watching home or down here live and picking up some good pointers as they get prepared for their age group championships coming up in March in Cambridge there. So it's going to be a good 4 days or so of racing up there for them as well. Looks like they're just getting all the technology all set, making sure everything's okay before they bring out that next group of riders. After that decent sort of a fall. Of course, it's a big part of cycling, unfortunately, that does happen. And that, in fact, I read a stat there a number of years ago. I think one of the most common injuries for a track rider is a broken collarbone. And I can certainly tell you, since this track's been open, there's been a fair few of them. And that you haven't got too many places to go when a rider does start to slide, particularly if they slide from higher up in some of those bunch races and so forth, and they come down in front of you. There's, as you said, not a lot of place to go, especially at those high speeds. So riders desperately then just trying to avoid it where possible. The quicker it happens, the better. Often don't get that opportunity to sort of brace themselves, so they fall, if you can, as relaxed as possible. But when you do know it's coming up, often they put the arm out, and that's when you can see some of those injuries happen for those riders. But often a bit of bark off, a bit of skin off, but these riders, there won't be too many of them around that haven't experienced that. You would have stayed upright in your time though, Dal. You'll be the skill set you've got.
Slid around my fair share of tracks on the places you don't want to slide, as everyone does. There's Hayden Ralston. He's now shot talking to one of the referees, the starter. So they're just checking everyone is A-OK to ride. Great to have Hayden here, part of the Cycling New Zealand team, of course, an Olympic Games silver medalist in the individual pursuit, and hopefully he'll get a few moments to join us in the commentary box over the next coming days, particularly as we get into the men's individual pursuit finals, and you can talk us through some teams pursuing what he saw the other night and the Thursday night when the New Zealand national men's, women's and sprint teams all had a simulation event here and put in some outstanding performances. Cameron Davis, he's getting ready for his paracycling individual pursuit.
Not too sure, Dal, that just got a few of those riders in shot there, just having the commissaire discussing something with them and then just jumped off their bikes and walked off. So we may or may not have a few riders that may have been relegated or just DQ'd altogether. They were looking at the video footage. Of course, plenty of rules and regulations for these riders. That's hence part of that is those lines that they've got to follow. And that's, they would have looked at that video footage there to determine whether or not somebody might have broken a rule. Sometimes they'll receive a warning for the championship. They'll know that they had their name with a mark beside it. Other times it's straight to disqualification. So it's not too sure if that's potentially maybe what's going on at the moment with a slight delay here. And there certainly was quite a bit of discussion there, explanation going on from Ian Denzi, one of the commissaires here. And they've got set standards there. And they'll be indicating if they went off their line, if they cut in front of another rider and so forth. We'll no doubt get that confirmed when we see who actually does make it to the start line here very shortly. Of course, all the commissaires all radioed up, all got the earpieces in. And they've got the video footage set up purely for the TV down on the inside of the finishing line area there, in which the outside commissaire sitting up the far end of the finishing straight on the outside of the track has the video camera down that finishing straight, keeping a very close eye on the entire race. And they can go back and then put that into freeze frame and just check out frame by frame. And of course the camera also directly up above the finishing line area itself gets the wide spread down that straight so they can determine exactly who takes out the various results. Very helpful when it comes to things such as the elimination. But it looks like we're going to move forward a little bit here now to the individual pursuits. And we might get an official, somebody from down below, to allow us to what's gone on there. And there's whether they just got the injuries and just sorting out those riders, or there's a few mechanicals, because those bikes did take a fair beating as they went down the track.
The women's paracycling C1, C5, 3,000 metre individual pursuit. I'll get Nick Blinkcoat to jump in and help us out in the commentary for this event. So Anna Taylor underway in this event. 3,000 metres is the journey, and she'll be chasing top performance. Of course, chasing times, and we've got some national record times here for those events. This is the C1, C5, 3,000 metre individual pursuit for women. So for C5, Nicole Murray, national record holder, with a 3:49. She did that in Brisbane. Of course, the championship record in Cambridge was 3:55.288. So how's Anna going to approach this, Nick? What's her processes?
So yeah, Anna was a bit tired after this morning's ride, but I said it wasn't great conditions, so I think she'll come out today something a little bit quicker, try and hold that lap split and come home pretty strong.
So in paracycling, of course, it's a little bit different to able-bodied sport, where you can win the event and you know where you stand, but there's calculations that have to be done. There's sort of like world and national standards, so it's all done on your time, isn't it, to where you might place or medal?
Yeah, with paracycling, they try and create a level playing field, so factor times with the different classifications and come with a calculation. You'll see all the riders will ride individually if they're not in the same classification.
So the individual pursuit, it's a lonely place. You ever thought about it yourself, just stepping up from the kilometre time trial and giving the pursuit a nudge?
I have in the past. The concentration of this campaign was the kilo. I wasn't sure where the pursuit would have landed on the program, so put my time into the kilo. I have done a few 4,000 metre pursuits in my time. I'd love to be able to do a 3,000 metres.
So Anna is travelling really nicely here in this 3,000 metre journey. She'll have a target time. Of course, some of the riders also compete. I was talking with John Onsworth earlier, and he was saying that, you know, the paracyclist in Canterbury, he jumps into an A-grade race every now and again, and they're in there racing as well. So do you do that often?
Yeah, myself, I've been in a few Keirin races with the Olympic side of things. But yeah, it's a lot of our paracyclists are at that world-class level, so are able to step into those types of races, the local club races, and be very competitive.
So Anna, she's looking pretty good on the bike, nice and smooth, the head's nice and still, shoulders are nice and still. She's using the Côte d'Azur on those home straights to just save a, that centimetre or two around the track. Coming through, approaching the closing stages of this individual pursuit. This is really where it starts to hurt, it starts to bite in, and what will be going through her mind right now as she gets into the last 500 metres?
It's all about just trying to push hard and maintain that smooth rhythm, stay on the track, as you say, follow that black line. She's doing really well. Anna's story is amazing. She's definitely having a great comeback into elite sport.
You can tell us a little bit about that. As she goes down, she'll be getting the bell next time she comes through.
So yeah, Anna's story is she was able to overcome cancer and then had a prolapse disc, so that's what made her take up paracycling.
Well, fantastic to see her on the boards, and look at the time she rated, just 4:01.902. Very good performance. I'd say you should be fairly happy with that, Nick. Is that a personal best, do you know?
It's just outside her personal best, but is a very consistent backup from this morning.
Anna Taylor. That's what it's about, back-to-back rides and good solid performance. The Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. Dale Woodford with paracyclist, kilometre gold medalist Nick Blenko alongside me, just helping us out with the paracycling commentary on these individual pursuits, giving us some insight to the athletes. If you've got any questions for Nick and you're at home, just fire them through. We'll certainly do our best to answer them. Sarah Ellingworth from Auckland. Now, she had a very good individual pursuit this morning, looked really great on her bike.
Yes, Sarah Ellington, she had a great morning ride. She's a very, very strong rider, mainly concentrating on the road time trial for Tokyo, so she'll be able to back up this afternoon or this evening.
So look at the determination in those eyes when she started out of the saddle, wants to get on top of the gear. What sort of gear do you think she'll be riding, Nick? What will she be on tonight for this individual pursuit?
In all honesty, I'm not too sure what gear she'll be riding. So she's got a PB of 4:17, so she'll be trying to go close to that tonight.
Well, the track ride will be great, build up for a road time trial. Of course, the speed you can carry over from track cycling into the road. It's a similar discipline, just you've got to do it for a lot longer on the road. So she's strong, she looks very good on the bike, she's got her head up nice and low. It's just a matter of staying nice and still, focused, concentrate on that black line around the track. It's the same for all pursuiters, it's a lonely place. You've got no one out there but your coach who holds up. In this case, he's holding up the laptop, telling her what her lap splits are, so she can settle into a ride, knowing if she started too fast or too slow. And I guess it's a little bit like the kilo as well, Nick. You can go out there just burn a first lap, but you've got to be able to hang on.
Yeah, with the kilo, it's we don't get those lap splits. It's really just go out as hard as you can and look up at the clock afterwards. Whereas you have a bit more time to think about things and hear your lap splits with a pursuit. We were talking about it earlier, whether some athletes actually like to go out really hard and not worry about what the splits and where things are at and just try and burn all their matches.
Well, she's listening to the coach, looking at the lap board, looking at the time, what she's lapping in, and she's looking very good on this bike. She's got a very nice position, tucked in, concentrating, head down, trying to stay as aero as possible. That can be lonely, isn't it? Sometimes the crowd goes silent. They're just immersed in the individual pursuit, watching the riders go round and round, but they are allowed to cheer them on, make some noise and give them plenty of encouragement. She's got 500 metres to go. She's going to come through at the last 500, so at 2:08, so she's on for a pretty good ride.
Yeah, she looks like she's right on time for a personal best, and if she can either pick it up on the last 1500, she'll come home really strongly.
So Sarah Ellington looking very good. 42 kilometres an hour. Coach just says, give it a bit more, ask for a little bit more. It's still pretty still, a couple of little movements there. So she's just trying, she's concentrating hard, trying to bring home this 3,000 metre individual pursuit. So through the 2,000, 250, 42 kilometres an hour. So she's building into the ride, Nick.
Yeah, she's looking really good and really strong and not bobbing around too much. So, with 1K, less than 1K to go, I think she'll start pushing really hard and seeing that finish line.
And she's a C2. Tell us about a C2 classification.
So I guess it's quite a complex process, all the classifications. Sarah, she has been classified as a C3 and a C2, so there is always ongoing tests to be done, but she's able to be solidify her spot as a C2. So it's really, you have about an hour assessment from physios, doctors. It's quite a in-depth process.
So Sarah Ellington, she is looking pretty good out there in that individual suit, chasing the personal best time, as well as a medal at these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Cycling Championships. We have also the best of our power riders. He's riding for the Auckland Centre. You'll see them ride in their different centre colours throughout these championships. 3,000 metres. She's getting him up into the last 1,000 metres of this ride. Nice, stops the clock. 4:16, 3:68, so it is a personal best ride. Sarah Ellington, that is a very good performance, Nick.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with that ride, especially with these conditions. 4:16, she'll be very happy.
When you talk about the conditions for non-cycling people, someone that's just popped in here, we're inside, there's no wind, it's nice and warm. What are the difficulties? What are we talking the conditions? Because you would go to the lay person, you go, well, it's got to be perfect.
Yeah, I think with cycling, it's all about what the temperature is, the air pressure, the air density, so it's quite a complex calculation. As an athlete, you really know whether it's fast or not, often how heavy you're breathing, but also how fast the bike's travelling. So yesterday was near perfect conditions. This morning, not quite so much. I'm not too sure what the temperature is in the track right now.
It feels pretty comfortable. We're sitting anyway, and Velodrome here in perfect condition. Nicole Murray, a C4, 3,000 metre individual pursuit. She is in great form. Had a fantastic time trial on the opening night. Got the Southern Spars wheels on. It's got the Vantage Pursuit bike. It's got her set up at the front end to help her start, get her hand into the right position before she goes on to the aero bars. So a lot of modifications, and equipment has to be designed particularly for the para athletes.
Yeah, especially a lot of the time you need a pioneer. A lot of your technology is not following anyone who's done it in the past, especially like myself. It's always trial and error, and every year trialing different things, and you're not sure whether it's going to work or you're going to crash or go faster. So it is very much, trialing as we go.
There's not a lot. You don't have a template, do you? Each rider's individual. She looks so good on her bike. Such a powerful rider. And of course, with a best time of 3:49.138, which she did in Brisbane, Australia. And of course, a New Zealand record here in New Zealand in Cambridge, she rode a 3:55.288. And I know from her kilo ride, she's in great form, and she said on the opening night of these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships that she was in good form and really targeting a personal best and a top ride in the individual pursuit. So we want the crowd to get behind her, cheer her on, because she is looking very good, very comfortable out there, 46.9 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, Nicole had a great ride this morning, actually a personal best this morning of 3:44, so she'll be able to really build from that confidence and try and put out another world-class time.
3:44 this morning, and backing it up tonight. Well, she must have been absolutely delighted with the ride, so she'll come in with plenty to aim for. Nicole Murray, I see her out on the road when I'm out dawdling around in Cambridge, putting in the hard yards, putting in the miles.
Yeah, it's a great little crew building in Cambridge of the paracycling team, so we are quite a close-knit community, but it's been great we're starting the integration into the Cycling New Zealand program, so building that family.
And Damien Wiseman, a big part of that as well. He's an outstanding coach.
Yeah, very knowledgeable. Damien's done a great thing with the program in Cambridge. Very lucky to have so many world-class coaches based in Cambridge, especially with the sprint squads and the endurance squads. Everyone using the technology, especially what we build in paracycling, that might be able to transfer over to the Olympic system.
Well, Nicole Murray, she's covered 2,375 metres of the 3,000. She's looking very good at the moment. 500 metres to go, 3:05, 48.469 kilometres an hour. This is another great ride from Nicole Murray. No, she's just got to keep it together. She's got to keep composed. She's not rolling around, rocking on the bike. She's still looking strong on top of the gear she's chosen to ride tonight.
Yeah, you can hear Damien yelling at Nicole, just hold it together and push really hard in that last lap. This could be an awesome PB and a world-class time.
Well, she's fighting all the way to the line. She's still looking smooth, strong, almost accelerating as she comes down to the line with 3:42.165, so 2 seconds off her personal best from this morning. That is very much a world-class ride by Nicole Murray. Well, mouth wide open. Look, that hurt, didn't it? That's really hurt her. But give her a massive round of applause as she comes around. That was a world-class performance. Nicole Murray, 3:42.
Yeah, you can see she just left everything out there on the track, and that's what you want to see with a pursuit ride.
So with me in commentary, Nick Blenko from paracycling, gold medalist here on the opening night of the championships, given his expertise and helping us understand paracycling and seeing the performances so far tonight. That ride, Nicole Murray's ride, absolutely outstanding. Well, this young man, he's got a story behind him, Cameron Davis. And if you're sitting at home and you don't know Cameron's story, well, look it up. I tell you, it wasn't that long ago, 2018. Cameron saw us at the track, and of course he was a top under 17 rider, and was tragically hit by a car, I think twice, and he's come back into paracycling. He's absolutely loving it. One of the hardest things for Cam is to actually concentration with his head injury. He's got a lot of fans, Ethan Mitchell and all of the Sacred Heart College right behind Cameron Davis. He was saying that after this morning's ride he was pretty happy with the way he approached it. His lap times were consistent, and it wasn't that many months ago, Nick, he could only do a couple of laps on the aero bars. Now he rides the whole pursuit, so he's made amazing progress in a really short period of time.
Yeah, it's great to see Cameron out there, and that's what parasport gives us all, a second opportunity. We all have our own goals, but things change, and it definitely gives us a new pathway, and it's great to see Cameron making huge strides in a short period of time.
Well, he was telling me he's bought a house in Cambridge. He's going to rent it out for a little bit, but then he's going to move down, so he's not far from the shops, he's not far from the track, so I'll be looking forward to going for a ride or two with him when he does decide to move down. His dad's here with him. He's had massive family support, and every day you see him ride, he's just better and stronger. The concentration just to ride in this position for Cam is, extremely tough. You can see the process of getting on the bike, to get the motor neuron system working to get the legs over the bar. But then when he gets on the bike, he's like unbelievable.
Yeah, it's great to see Cam out there, and it'll be awesome to have him down in Cambridge. There's always people that are there to help out, and that's what it's a great community down in Cambridge, and hence why we moved down there as well.
He was telling me he did a road ride the other day, 18 kilometres. The idea was to go as fast as he could go, and he was riding alongside Matt Archibald. Said he couldn't quite sprint him at the end, but he got a great thrill out of that. Matt Archibald, one of the great sprinters that we've produced in New Zealand, and puts a lot back into sprint cycling when he's not too busy with the young family. The Cam, he's just decided, well, going to get out of the seat, pick up the pace a little bit. Of course, backing up for him is also a big effort. 2 pursuits in a row. Ceremonies get behind him. 1,500 metres, he's halfway through his ride. Just settles back down onto the aero bars. He's travelling well, though. Myron Simpson has been there alongside him, helping him on the journey. Myron, a very good coach, very good rider himself. Runs the Buffett and Thompson Auckland hub in Auckland.
Doing a good job, bro.
And Cam spends a fair bit of time riding around on the Velodrome up there as well. Oh, this is hurting him, and he is riding exceptionally well. He's lifting this. He's trying to lift his speed all the time. He's travelling at 36.166 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it's just trying to stay smooth and follow that black line. I'm sure that's what Cameron is trying to achieve with this final ride. Not long to go, kilometre to go, so give him a big cheer to bring him home.
So Cameron Davis gets out of the seat again, just wants to get on top of that gear. He's going to fight. He's fighting all the way. It's sitting on 3:31. He had a good ride this morning, and he's not really slowing down. He's got back on top of the gear. He's just taking a break from the aero bars. Gets the crowd behind him. You can hear them, and it just spurs him along, Nick, doesn't it?
Yeah, you definitely notice the crowd in those last couple of laps, and that's what really brings you home.
He's tucked back down onto the bars. 500 metres to go, Cam. Just keep it up. Everyone's cheering for Cameron Davis. Everyone at home as well, watching on Sky Sport Next, right behind you. This is our 4th session on day 2 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Cycling Championships. We've seen some fantastic rides, some national records, some world-class performances. This guy produces a world-class performance and a personal best every time he hops on the bike. Cameron Davis.
You can see everyone's just stopped and cheering. Come on, Cam, almost there.
He's almost home. He stops the clock, 4:52. Well, he's backed that up nicely from this morning. Very good ride, Cameron Davis. He'll come round. He's given us the thumbs up. He's happy with it. He's got a big smile on his face as well.
That was a very great ride from Cameron, and I'm sure he'll be happy to bring home a gold medal around his neck, and he's very proud Auckland man like we all are.
Yeah, top performance. Great to see. Great to see the delight on his face. That hurt a lot as well. Another one of our young up-and-coming paracyclists hopping into the starting blocks.
So yeah, you'll see this race, they'll be racing off against each other. They're both C5 category, so if we had a C4 and a C5, they wouldn't ride off against each other. But with the C5s both being in the same category, if there's a catch, that will be the end of the race. So sometimes, like myself being a kilo rider, sometimes you like to get in the head of your opponent and think maybe I'll go out hard and try and get that catch. If it doesn't happen, it's a long 4,000 metres.
Ryan Edwards, Ben Westenberg. And these are very young men as well.
Yeah, you'll see all the riders for the C4, C5 are all teenagers, so it's great to see the development coming through. There's a lot of work goes into the development side of things with Dale McDonald and Laura Thompson, so they do a great job of the development programming and keep the paracyclists coming through.
So Ben gets underway, and of course it's difficult to get out of the seat and get underway, but he gets that gear wound up really quickly. And of course that young riders, and if they got to ride 4,000 metres, as I suppose if they're in the able-body competition, they'd only be riding 2,000 metres, so it's a big ask for these young men to ride over 4,000 metres. And I was super impressed with Ben's ride this morning. He went out of the blocks like there was, it was a 1,000-metre ride. Nick, I thought he was chasing you round, and he just kept it going.
Yeah, that's some of the strategies that some of these riders adopt, is going out a little bit quicker and trying to hold on. Others like to build into it. So it'll be interesting in the final to see the different strategies. And sometimes when you can see your opponent in the same stretch, it just gives you that little bit of energy boost to try and catch them and close it out.
Well, that's certainly his plan, isn't it? He's gone out. He's gone out like a rocket in this 4,000 metre. He wants to try and get it all over in the first K. So Jan's gonna have to pick it up.
Yeah, his coach will be telling him where things are at. So it's maybe that strategy of what the lap splits, trying to have an even race. It kind of goes out the window as the other athlete comes to try and catch you.
So Ryan Edwards, Ben Westenberg in control at the moment. He's travelling at 47 kilometres an hour, so he's gone out. He's gone out at an extremely fast pace. Ryan Edwards, he's not going to panic too much at the moment. He's controlling his ride. He's just got to watch that the other man doesn't pick him up, because if you get caught in the individual pursuit, it can be all over. The gun will fire unless they're going to ride for a time. But I think Ben Westenberg, he's got the bit between his teeth. He went out with a plan and said, I'm going to get it over and done with by the halfway if I can.
Yeah, Ben, he might carry on for a time, but once you get in that slipstream, it gives you that little pull. So getting very close, coming in on over the halfway point of the race.
So Ben Westenberg has had to go high. Young Evers go, we're not going to get past me that easy. I'm not going to give up this position. I'm still riding my individual pursuit as well.
So it is actually, you can see Ewan here, he's putting down the gas and trying to put the distance between him and Ben. So Ben actually does have to overlap Ewan's bike to stop that race, so he didn't quite overlap that front wheel.
So Ryan Edwards, now he can really finish this off. We're still just over halfway distance in the race, and Ben Westenberg went out so hard, he wanted to get it over and done with, but he hasn't been able to catch and pass. So Ryan Edwards, he just reacted. Now he's opened up the gap, and he's going to put the young man, Ben Westenberg, under a fair bit of pressure.
You might see Ben here soon put in another little effort just to try and get past Ewan here.
Yep, you've called it right. He saw his opportunity on the straight and went, well, I've got to do it now because I don't want to blow up. So Ben Westenberg takes out the men's paracycling C4, C5, 4,000 metre individual pursuit gold medal. U19 of Canterbury, a very good ride to get through to that final, and he'll just keep getting better. He'll have the silver medal. Well, it's a dangerous strategy. It paid off on this occasion, but you don't get away with it all the time.
No, it was a great strategy from Ben, and you see it almost didn't pay off, but he's a tough young athlete and put in that second little effort, and sometimes that gets you over the line.
So Nick Blenko from Paracycling New Zealand, the kilometre gold medalist on the opening night of the championships, is with me in the commentary. If you've just popped into the stadium on your way home, you've got plenty of racing to come tonight. It's a big program. The paracycling.
So yeah, you'll see Connor Douglas up here. He's a C5 athlete, so you'll then see Devon Briggs after that as a C4 athlete. So they won't be riding off against each other's, but the times will be factored. We won't know it straight away who wins the gold medal, who wins the silver. It will be a calculation that they will need to do, but we'll try and keep you updated.
And is that calculation done on their varying disabilities?
So yeah, the C5, that will be the time. What Connor posts is what the time he will get, but Devon's time will be factored. It always changes year on year, trying to keep, especially for the Paralympics, C4 and C5, mainly for the kilo, is put together, so they have to try and make a calculation to keep it on an even playing field. Whereas at the Paralympics, you'll have the individual pursuit as a C5, and C4 will have their own competition as well.
Okay. Well, he's good competition for you in the kilometre, Connor Douglas. And he always starts pretty quick in the individual pursuit and then just tries to hang on. He rode pretty well this morning.
Yeah, it's a very good start from Connor, and he is coming from that BMX background. They're usually great starters out of the blocks. They've got great timing. So that's what I've been working on. I was speaking with his coach. It's always that hard thing of whether you concentrate on working on the front end or working on the back end of your race. Doesn't always come together. My Matt Archibald, as you talked about earlier, he always said to me, there's never a perfect kilo. Let me know when you ride a perfect kilo.
Well, the 3,000 metre individual pursuit, Southland's Connor Douglas. So BMX efforts generally around the 34 seconds on the track. That's why he likes the sprint, the kilo events, but challenging himself in the individual pursuit. He's got a good build for an individual pursuiter. He's got to get that endurance and that strength up, because with that opening speed, as he increases his capabilities and his endurance, that speed will carry on through, and he's going to really be pushing a lot of the top riders in the world in the individual pursuit.
Yeah, especially coming from a rugby background myself, and my injury happened playing rugby. They always say you can never teach speed, so that's something that's gifted to him.
They're kind of sharing plenty of hometown support. 4,000 metres is such a long way on the Velodrome. When you're out there, you're on your own. Even if there's someone on the other side of the track, you feel like you're on your own, and you're just waiting for those calls from the coach. You hope you get the call of even or up, or you know what your lap time is, because when you start seeing the things go the wrong way, it's hard mentally, isn't it? Well, I'm sure it must be hard mentally. It's easy for me up here watching it, and they always look good, but I'm sure for the athlete on the track, it must be mentally tough if things are going the wrong way.
Yeah, 4,000 metre individual pursuit is really hard. You start getting quite tired with about 10 laps to go, so you still have a long way to go. It's trying to get to that last 4 laps as a kilo specialist, and then he knows he's got it in the tank just to really wind it up, and he's got the speed in his legs. So we'll see how these next few laps go for him.
The Connor Douglas. What sort of motivation do you get from the other riders in the para program? We saw Cameron Davies out there, and his pursuit, totally different category, but you know, his journey to get to that, it must motivate everybody else within the team, and it motivates me watching.
Yeah, I think that's what the paracycling team is all about. We all want everyone to do the best that they can. You know, we're all in different classifications most of the time, and being able to put New Zealand on the world stage is an awesome achievement and something that we strive as a team to do.
So Southland's Connor Douglas getting into sort of the business end of the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. He's sitting on 45.2 kilometres an hour. He's been really consistent to this stage. He's built nicely into his ride. He's not slowing down.
So yeah, we're coming up to 4 laps to go. This is really the sweet spot of the race. Can either go really well or really poorly.
So Connor Douglas, he's got the speed. Can he bring that home in the last couple of laps? Can he use it? It's been a big day for him. I was talking to one of the riders earlier in the day and said, that was a fantastic ride. You'll be looking forward to tonight. And he said to me, God, I have to do it again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with individual pursuits. There's most of the time you've got to go as hard as you can in the morning to qualify for the final. It's not a given. So a lot of these guys would have put it all out there on the track this morning and then got to back it up again this evening.
So 500 metres. Now this is where that speed, if he's got anything left in the tank at all, he's gritting his teeth, pulling on the handlebars, sitting on the front of the seat, trying to just get every ounce of energy. Comes in, gets the bell. Oh, look, it's hurting. Absolutely. Well, he's breathing through his ears right now.
Yeah, it's trying to stay as smooth as possible. When it starts hurting, you try and rock and roll, but it's often to do the opposite, is just to try and stay as smooth as you can and pedal around.
So 5:15, 45.5 kilometres an hour. Well, he gives his a little shake. I don't know. I thought that was a very good ride. He may have had a target time. He might have wanted to go a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah, he went 5:12 this morning, so I'm sure he was hoping to go a little bit quicker. But as you say, as a sprinter, trying to back up after a very strong pursuit this morning is often very tough.
I wouldn't be disappointed with 5:15. But of course, these are elite athletes and they have a target in their mind, and I think it would be a great ride, but it wasn't where they wanted to be, so they're disappointed. So young Devon Briggs.
Yeah, Devon's a very exciting up-and-coming teenager. He's broke the New Zealand record late last year, so I'm sure he'll want to put in a good time this evening to try and better that.
So yeah, he rode a 4:47.967 on the 13th of December last year. So he's had a bit of time, as long as he didn't take too much time over Christmas. But he looked pretty good this morning. He rode a good time trial on the opening night. And he's underway quickly again. And I've watched Devon for a number of years compete in more able-bodied races in bunch races and take on some of the best A-graders in his age group. They're really exciting to see him finally move into the para program and just continue his development as an elite athlete.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see how Devon's grown as a para athlete, but also taking on the able-bodied side of things. Very smooth pedaler. He said this morning that he felt really good and had still quite a bit left in the tank, so we'll see what he can pull out tonight.
Well, I know his family will be at home watching on Sky Sport Next and cheering and shouting at the television. He's got great family support, and they really encourage him, and you certainly need that as a young athlete. Devon Briggs. So 4:47, great ride. So another young rider would be competing over 2,000 metres in the age group competition. The 4,000 in paraslide, and you're tough on them, I tell you. It's you guys make it hard.
Yeah, it's quite a long way, but I think Devon suits the longer 4,000 metres. He's a very good enduro athlete, so you'll see he kind of builds into this race. Starts a little bit conservative, but has a great cadence and can hold that.
Yeah, I don't know. So Devon, we've got Devon at this end of the program, some of the other young guys, but also Lindsay File. Lindsay, you know, he's 60, well, just over 60, and he's put in some great performance in these championships and absolutely loving it. He's like a kid in a lolly shop when he comes to the track and comes to these competitions.
Yeah, that's the thing with para cycling and para athletes. You're never sure when the next development athlete will come from, so it's great being able to put this on the national stage and showing the different disabilities that the paracyclists have. So hopefully someone watching this will be the next Paralympic champion.
So Devon Briggs, he's looking very comfortable, 2,000 metres through the halfway, 48 kilometres an hour, and you've said he likes to build on his ride, so he won't be wanting to slow down. He was discussing on the plane on the way down. I know Martin Bra, the National High Performance Director, was on the plane, and Devon had a quick word with him and said, Devon Esquire Briggs, you have to perform at these championships. I want to see you lift your game, and he's trying to do that.
Yeah, it's a very tight turnaround from Christmas through to these national championships, but it's sometimes as an athlete you've got to sacrifice things, sacrifice Christmas, sacrifice New Year's to put in the hard work to make sure that you're ready to go this early in the season. So he's going really well at the moment. You see he's 15 seconds up, pedaling really well.
Yeah, inside the last 500 metres, Devon Briggs, and he's still building on his ride. He's 48.897 kilometres an hour at the moment. So Devon Briggs, look, he's still staying nice and smooth. He's been concentrating on keeping his head still. He wants to hold it up. He doesn't want to dip it. I said to him, he only did it once in the ride this morning to get into this final, this gold medal final ride. Devon Briggs, 1,000 metres. He's covered 3:40.
Yeah, I think he'll go really close to that national record. As long as he doesn't keep pushing stones up Struggle Street, he'll get there and post a new national time.
Well, he's looking good. See, the crowd is starting to get warmed up. They know he's on for a national record, Devon Briggs. Young man from Cambridge. Oh, the head, he just put it down that time, but he's pulling on the handlebars. He is digging really deep inside this last 1,000 metres. He's still staying nice and low on the track, following that black line, mouth wide open. 500 metres to go for Devon Briggs. 49 kilometres an hour. He's lifted the pace again. That's a good sign in the last 500. Devon Briggs, well, we know he's hurt him, but look at him go. He's going to get the bell lap.
I think it's going to be very close, but still anything under 450 will be a very, very respectable backup from tonight, from this morning.
Yeah, well, he's going up 49.2 kilometres an hour, so he's still increasing the pace. He's going to fight all the way to the line. Can he challenge his national record? Not quite. He stops the clock, 4:52.018, but like you say, an excellent performance after the ride this morning, just under 50 kilometres an hour. Well, I hope he's happy with that performance because technically that was a very, very good ride.
No, excellent ride from Devon. You know, but probably a little disappointed he didn't break that national record, but he's got it and he seems to be very happy with being the national champion, which he should be.
Yeah, big program away from home, so it's a whole new experience for him. And yeah, he gives the thumbs up to the crew. So the para tandem will be coming up onto the track, and world champion Emma Foy.
So yeah, you'll see Emma Foy in those world championship colours, riding with her pilot Nina. See Hannah Van Kampen, she's at home. I'm sure she'll be watching. I heard she had a road ride today, so she's recovering really well. Had a little bit of a crash, but it's great to hear that she's back out on the road, and I'm sure she's chomping at the bit to get back on that tandem.
Well, Nina Wollaston, a very good rider. You couldn't ask for anyone better to pilot you around the track. Emma Foy is so strong. You reckoned I could ride around and she would still be able to produce a good time. I think that was being very generous, because I don't think I've ridden a tandem on the road a little bit a long time ago, and it's hard work. I wouldn't be able to ride at the speeds these guys ride on double discs on aero bars around 43 degrees of banking. Nick, thanks for the compliment, but I just couldn't be able to do it.
No, I've never been on a tandem, and I don't think you'll get me on one, but as you say, like, Nina's a world-class rider, and she's able to jump from the single bikes onto the tandem.
So Emma Foy does the shoes up, gets herself G'd up. Nina Wollaston, truly world-class pairing.
So I want to be coming out of the block strong and settling into a nice rhythm. Great start, very clean start. They look in sync, so we'll see what they can produce tonight.
So the resident record, Emma Foy, Hammer Van Kampen, 3:22.088. And they, Foy and Van Kampen, also in Brisbane, rode 3:20.819. So 3:22. And they've been getting quicker. Their first ride, I think they said on the opening night in the time trial, it was the first a real good hit out on the tandem in competition, and a very impressive performance there. And the individual pursuit was their target.
Yeah, with being on a tandem, it's all about being in sync. So the more that you can ride together, the faster they'll go. So, you know, as we say, the Kilo the other night was their first ride, their first hit out, so they're just going to get stronger and stronger.
So Emma both also using the aero bars so she can stay nice and narrow on the back of the tandem. So they've got a really fantastic bike. It's custom made. You can see the pressure. It's got to be really stiff through that section between the two sets of pedals so the chain doesn't flex too much. A lot of technology gone into this machine. Emma Foy, the world champion in the individual pursuit, being piloted around by Nina Wollaston. And they're looking exceptionally good.
So you'll see they're coming in on the halfway point, so you know they'll try and really hold their rhythm, bring this home really strongly.
That's fantastic to see the rainbow bands of Emma Foy in full flight here in Invercargill for the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Cycling Championships, the Elite and Under-19 Championships. This is the tandem pursuit final. 3,000 metres, 4 laps to go. Nick, they're travelling nicely, 52.1 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, the last kilometre is where it starts hurting, but really close and really on world record time.
Well, they're absolutely flying. Come on, Nick's just called it. They're on world record pace at the moment. Emma Foy, Nina Wollaston absolutely flying out there. They've just got their mouths wide open under those visors, sucking in all the air they can to get every little bit of energy out of those legs, holding the tandem down. Of course, Nina's got to really concentrate on the upper body, the core strength as well, to hold nice and low on the black line. Beautiful lines on the tandem. They're travelling at high speed, 52.339 kilometres an hour.
So 1 lap to go. Let's really try and bring them home. It's going to be very close.
250 metres, they're inside. They've hit the 200 metre mark. Down the back, Emma Foy pushing hard. Nina Wollaston just keeping that bike nice and low on the track. This is a world-class performance. Emma Foy, the world champion, pushing hard, chasing a top time. They cross the line, 3:26.204.
Yeah, I think just outside their best time, but I think it was better than this morning, so they'll be really happy how they've backed things up.
Yeah, very good ride. Gosh, it must be exciting for Emma Foy to just be going so well in her build-up to the Olympic Games. Look at it, both riders gasping for air as they come around. Great performance.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Emma's signature 2 arms in the air, so see whether she's happy with that time.
Well, Nick, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in commentary with us, taking us through the paracycling individual pursuits. All the best to you, the team, as you build up towards the Tokyo Games, and let's hope it goes really well for you and the team, and you bring home some medals for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been great in the commentary booth. Look forward to the next few months and what that brings.
Thanks very much. Julian Einarsson's going to come back in as we go back to the Heat 1 of the Under-19 Men's Keirin semi-final. They're all patched up. They've had a word with the referee, the commissaire. They know what they've got to do. They've got to stay upright. 3 riders will go through.
Yeah, so this is the one, of course, we had the crash earlier on. So there was a bit of discussion. So just waiting to see if we still will get all half dozen or not up there. At this point in time, there was a suggestion that maybe one of the riders might have been taken out of the race. Of course, with all the rulings, we'll see 5 or so hovering around down there getting prepared, and then we'll be into the first round of medal presentation shortly, so we'll head on downstairs after calling this one here, and we'll get into recognising the great rides that we've already seen here today. A number of medal presentations throughout the evening. Love to have your great support of these riders as they get up onto the podium, taking out their respective national titles. And some very traditional, historic trophies up for grabs as well for some of the events. They've been around for a number of years. So if you just arrived along here, of course we've got the journey, the motorbike, the electric bike over the back straight there with Tomo ready to go. He'll get the nod from the commissaires and he'll come round at about 30k an hour, then build it up over to 50. Of course, remember, this is top 3 to go through to the final, so 6 up final. The remainder of the riders will go through to the B final. So we've already had one of the heats go on through, and we saw Larch, Shearing and Patterson making it through in that particular competition. Underway this time, and what have we got? 4 starters, so as we suggested, 1 or 2 riders potentially getting asked to remove themselves from the race after some indiscretions on the track in that earlier race. And a few of them looking a bit battered and bruised, a bit of skin off from that crash there. A great medical team here would have been looking after them as we roll through. So it's the Aucklander who's secured the number 1 position here at this point in time. At Luke Blackwood's 103. As they roll quietly down onto the back straight, just following the wheels at the moment, just thinking about what their tactics are. Ewan Cousins sitting in second position here. And he's got his fellow Waikato rider tucked in behind him. And the Canterbury rider right at the rear of the fields, Michael Aju. Memory was about the last one to come tumbling down after the remainder of the field pretty much fell in front of him. And it's Aju's going to make the first of the moves. Comes towards the front of the race, comes up onto the shoulder, then backs it off a little bit. You don't want to be doing that. You want to keep that pressure on if you want to stay in contention here. As they start to wind it up, Jackson Russell, the other Waikato man, sitting in third wheel. But he's got the Cantabrian who coming up to the outside of him. The Aucklander trying to keep things under control here at the moment. But he's covering a fair bit of ground at every inch around this track. It'll take the sting out of the leg. So the Aucklander now goes to the front as they approach the bow this time. Redmond Connolly now onto the frontier, winding things on up as they head down into the back straight this time. Sorry, Luke Blackwood As he goes, he's got the lead, but here comes a Jew of Canterbury starting to challenge as well. Is Jackson White going to get himself in there as they look for the top three? A close one. Auckland, Canterbury and Waikato Bay of Plenty. They should be the three that will get the nod from the judges to move through to the next round of competition here in the Under-19 Men's Keirin semi-final. Good to see them back up on the track after that heavy fall. You can see the skin suits with the marks on the track from the slide down earlier on this evening. That's fortunately this time round staying all upright and making themselves available through to the A final later on this evening. Welcome along all those on the live chat here, keeping a close eye on things and throwing in support behind their various riders. So the riders now, they'll head on down to the inside of the track off the apron. That's the blue area there, onto the safety zone. The concreted piece, the dark bluey grey area. And they'll head on to their respective wind down process, onto the rollers, the wind trainers, etc. As we get prepared for the medal ceremonies very shortly, we'll get the nod from down on the inside of the track. And we'll pass you down to Dale very shortly when they are all sorted for the confirmation of results. A number of the para riders to be presented those medals, and of course they just got to cross-check those with those world best times. So welcome back those watching the live coverage here. Sky Sport Next. Fantastic coverage of the racing here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. Of course, New Zealand's first ever indoor velodrome. Opened up in 2006, May 26th, and that's they opened up for an evening there for invited guests as we get the confirmed results of Michael Dew, Luke Blackwoods and Jackson Russell, the top three to go through. Cousins, fourth across the line, will be into the B final, and Connolly of Auckland was the man that was disqualified from earlier on. So the riders now getting themselves prepared for the respective medal ceremonies here down the inside of the track. Wendy and the team will be getting them all sorted. Protocol officer, done a great job getting the medals all sorted and everyone into order, and then we'll catch up with a few of the winners of the competition here tonight, get their insight into the racing that's been happening here. As we've seen already over the last 2 days, obviously some very good conditions, given the times that are being set, some records being very close to be broken and some certainly being smashed. None more so than the likes of Ethan Mitchell here this morning when it came to the 200 metres for the sprint, lowering that even lower down to the 9.7 second range over 200 metres. That's over 70 odd kilometres an hour. Not mucking around, that's for sure. Of course, we saw Sykes earlier of Canterbury taking out the pursuit record as well, and a very well timed effort to lower that respective record as well. But plenty of racing still to come with the sprints series, with the Elite Women coming up, and of course we've got eliminations, we've got scratch races. So big night's program here, about 4.5 hours worth of racing, but there's been a few delays with those crashes. Officials just cross-checking everything, making sure everything is absolutely correct before they go on to those medal ceremonies. There's a great wide shot there of the velodrome. Something like 360,000 screws and nails involved in putting this Baltic pine track together. As we said back in 2006, it took 5 weeks, came from Siberia, eventually made its way into Dunedin, into Port Chalmers, and then they trucked it on down. And over where the scoreboard is that you're watching here tonight for the various results, they basically left a wee opening in there, and they brought in the containers of timber and then sealed that on up, and away they went. As I said, just over 5 weeks of construction to build this velodrome. Of course, a multi-use venue, as you can see down on the inside there. used by the Southland public for lots of things such as the netball, soccer and on all sorts. They've also had Spanish horses, believe it or not, on the inside, and also a national volleyball, beach volleyball competition as well. They trucked in loads of sand for that, and looks like we're all good to go down the inside, so we'll pass you to Dal for the official medal ceremony.
So ladies and gentlemen, the 2021 medal ceremony for the Vantage Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships Women's 2,000 metre individual pursuit will now take place. The medals will be presented by His Worship the Mayor, Sir Tim Shadbolt. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Canterbury, Michaela Grant. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing Canterbury, Jenna Borthwick. In first place, and winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under 19 Women's 2,000 metre individual pursuit champion in a New Zealand record time, representing Canterbury, Amelia Sykes. Amelia will also receive the Sarah Ulmer Cup. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medal winners, Michaela Grant, Jenna Borthwick, and your champion, Amelia Sykes. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the Elite Women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit will now take place. His Worship the Mayor, Sir Tim Shadbolt, will once again present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Kirsty James. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Jamie Nelson. In first place, winner of the gold medal in the 2021 Elite Women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit national champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Bronnie Botha. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medal winners, Kirsty James, Jamie Nielsen, and your champion, Bronnie Botha. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships Women's Paracycling C1, C5, 3,000 metres individual pursuit. Once again, His Worship the Mayor, Sir Tim Shadbolt, will present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Anna Taylor. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Auckland, Sarah Ellingworth. In first place, the winner of the gold medal in the 2021 Women's Paracycling C1, C5, 3,000 metre national champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Nicole Murray. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your medal winners, Anna Taylor, Sarah Ellington, and your champion, Nicole Murray. Our next presentation of the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Cycling Championships is the Men's Paracycling C1, C3, 3,000 metre individual pursuit. His Worship the Mayor Tim Shadbolt will once again present the medals. In first place, and winner of the gold medal in the men's 2021 Men's Paracycling C1, C3, 3,000 metre individual pursuit champion, representing Auckland, Cameron Davies. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our champion, Cameron Davies. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Men's Paracycling C4, C5, 4,000 metre individual pursuit will now take place. His Worship the Mayor, Sir Tim Shadbolt, will again present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Ben Westenberg. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Southland, Connor Douglas. In first place, winner of the gold medal in the men's 2021 Paracycling C4, C5, 4,000 metre individual pursuit champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Devin Briggs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medal winners, Ben Westenberg, Connor Douglas, and your champion, Devin Briggs. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Paracycling Tandem 3,000 metre individual pursuit will now take place. His Worship the Mayor Tim Shadbolt will present the medals. In first place, winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Women's Paracycling Tandem 3,000 metre individual pursuit champion, representing Northland World Champion Emma Foy and her pilot Nina Wollaston. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. World champion Emma Foy, her pilot Nina Wollaston, taking the gold medal in a world-class performance. So joining me is under 19 individual pursuit champion Amelia Sykes. Amelia, what a performance, a national record. You must be over the moon.
Thank you so much. I'm so stoked. It's such an awesome achievement, really. Yeah, I'm so happy.
You came in a little bit slower in qualifying than Jenna Borthwick, but man, you must have had a plan and your legs must have been on fire tonight.
Yeah, I kind of just went with it, just gave it everything, and yeah, it was awesome.
How good was it to put your hands on that Sarah Ulmer Cup and have a national record?
Oh, it was so cool. I honestly wasn't expecting it, and you know, yeah, I'm really stoked, yeah.
Well, congratulations. We were delighted for you. Well done on a fantastic ride.
Thank you so much.
So I'm with Bronnie Borther, the 3,000 metre elite women's individual pursuit champion. Bronnie, that was a tough fight.
Yeah, definitely. I started out a bit too hard in the beginning and basically just had to hold on till the end.
So I was watching the speed, watching the time, watching the splits. It's point here, point there. What's going through your mind at that stage?
To be honest, I wasn't really thinking much. I usually do this tactic where I just count my breaths, so I was just trying to count to 130 and hopefully that would be it.
130 was that? How long was it to take you, or how long you can hold your breath for?
Oh no, that's how many breaths I take.
Well, congratulations. It was a great ride, a great battle. You must be, this must give you a lot of confidence heading in towards Tokyo.
Yeah, totally. I think it's really cool for us three girls to do a sub 30 time, so yeah, it's cool.
Well done. Congratulations. All the best for the rest of the championships.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bronnie Borther. So I'm joined by Nicole Murray, another gold medal. That was an outstanding individual pursuit after a great ride this morning also.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a little bit warmer today, so it made it a bit easier to get out a faster time this afternoon.
I had Nick in commentary with me, and he was really, saying that it was a top performance, world class. You're heading in the right direction towards Tokyo.
Yeah, it's definitely a really exciting time to have put down, and eases my mind a little bit about where I'm tracking. It's pretty exciting. Yeah.
You said on night one after the time trial you're a little bit nervous. They've settled down, and you're just laying it all on the track now.
Yeah, I'm doing all the cheesy mindfulness breathing, and it's helping. So yeah, pretty happy.
Well, congratulations on a great performance. All the best in your build up to Tokyo.
Thank you very much.
Cameron Davies, I know what you've been through. How much does this gold medal mean to you?
It means everything and even more. It means so much to me. I really can't even put it into words how much this means to me.
Your dad was on the sideline cheering, we were cheering, the crowd was cheering. Did that really help you?
It helped so much. I really just want to say thank you to everyone who cheered for me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, keep up the great work, and we look forward to seeing you on the track again soon.
Oh, thanks. I look forward to being on the track soon.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Davies. Devon Briggs, what an achievement. That was a fantastic individual pursuit.
Thank you very much. It felt amazing to get on the bike and lay down a good time.
So you went well this morning in the individual pursuit. You had a target time in mind tonight?
Go faster around 450, and I managed to hit that, so 452 was a good ride.
Well done. Another medal and very successful championships for you. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Dale.
Emma Foy, world champion. It was fantastic to see the rainbow jerseys racing around and producing some fantastic times.
Yeah, we're really happy with our ride this afternoon. After this morning's ride was a little bit off, so we're happy to come back and sort of execute a really smooth and solid ride this evening.
Nina, have you settled in nicely on the front of that tandem?
Yeah, just pretty cool riding with a world champion every day. But yeah, I think it's cool every time we're learning something new, and yeah, I think we executed it quite well this afternoon.
Well, congratulations. Fantastic to have you on the track in those rainbow jerseys. All the very best in the build-up and in Tokyo.
Thank you very much. And thanks to the crowd. It was awesome riding for you guys. It's one of our best crowds we've ever ridden for, so yeah, it was cool.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm sure they enjoyed it as much as you did.
Okay, thanks, Dal. We're now getting ready now for the next of the events onto the track, and we invite up onto the track. We see Emma Cumming of Southland and Olivia Ray of Auckland. This is the bronze medal ride in the Elite Women's Sprint Finals. Best of 3 competition. The riders getting their final instructions there from the commissaire. Emma Cumming. We've drawn the number, just like a wee bit of a raffle, just draw the number out. You either get 1 or 2. Number 1 drawn down on the inside, so she's obliged to lead out at a decent sort of walking pace for that first portion of the track. So the commissaires have to be watching for this straight up to make sure they're not too slow, not too much mucking around. Welcome to all those on the live chat here tonight. We've got folks from all over the country and overseas. I see someone from Kenya tuned in, checking out this fantastic racing here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome in Invercargill for this Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 Track National Championships. So it's the local rider, Emma Cumming, leading out Olivia Ray of Auckland. We're doing extremely well in our first serious competition back after a few years break from injury. Meanwhile, we know the form of Olivia Ray. She's been well performed both on the track and on the roads and the criteriums, you name it. She's been performing. It's not necessarily a lot of experience in the sprinting here, so it's good work to the advantage of Emma. But they'll know they've both made it to this point of the race, so they've both got some pretty good sort of form as they ride for the first events. They were their best of 3 competition here. The bronze medal ride coming, holding up the Aucklander, leaving it very late indeed, trying to force the Aucklander. And she's got herself down the inside, the shortest way home, of course, so Emma Cumming, and she got the legs to do it. That was a good tactical ride, just patiently held her off, didn't want it to go too early, and Emma Cumming will get the tick of approval. 57.9 k an hour, 12.4 seconds over the last 200 metres. But most importantly, she gets the green lights to be the first up in the best of 3 series. Folks, put your hands together for Emma Cumming of Southlands. So she'll be pleased with that. It's one step closer in this best of 3 series to secure a position in the podium, on the podium later on this evening. So we'll keep with the theme of the sprints as these 2 riders just wind on down. They'll head back to their coaching staff, evaluate what went on there, what they need to do in the next rounds. Meanwhile, onto the track now, Waikato Bay of Plenties with Elise Andrews up against Sian Fulton of Tasman. This promises to be fantastic racing between these 2. They were the fastest 2 qualifiers from this morning's first seeding round. Both in some very good form. Fulton in the Tasman colours goes into second wheel. Elise Andrews, the rider that's transformed from being an endurance rider into the sprint events these days, has done a very good job of it. World record in the individual pursuit as a junior under 19. Now she's in for the short and sharp burst. Tough one to call between these two. It's going to come down to who can utilise the track to the best advantage here, who commits at the right time when that door opens slightly for the advantage. You don't want to hesitate, no hesitation whatsoever required, otherwise that could be the difference between you making it to the top of the podium or not. Andrews is the motorbike on the front, starts to wind it on up. 250 metres to go. Ding-a-ling, the bell's about to ring for the riders as they head down the back straight. 200 metres and still the Tasman rider's got a lot of work to do. Out of the seat she does though. She puts the turbo boost on, but has she got enough real estate to do it as they go to the line? Andrews, oh, she's tight. She just about mucked up the throw of the bike, but the Tasman rider couldn't quite get there in the end. And Elise Andrews should get the nod of approval from the judges there. Just over 62k an hour, 11.5 seconds. Very similar to their times earlier this morning. Folks, would you give it up for Andrews and Fulton here in the gold medal ride, the first of the best of three.
So Sian Fulton will have a little bit of time, go back to the pits, have a bit of a rethink. Certainly did nothing wrong in the ride. Elise Andrews, though, she's in form at these national championships. Dad John, great sprinter, also in the crowd, cheering her on. So she's at these championships to show her form is tracking nicely in her build up to Tokyo. What a perfect time, these championships for the riders. I'm just confirming that. Elise Andrews goes one up over Sian Fulton in the best of three.
So next up, keeping with the sprint themes now, we move to the elite men, the bronze medal ride. So exactly the same competition over the 3 laps. Best of 3 when you start getting through to these quarters, semi-finals, and of course now right through to the bronze medal ride. Bradley Knipe of Southland on the inside, up against Auckland's Sam Dakin. Of course, they've had the opportunity to watch the tactics of each other over the competition throughout the day. It's a big day's racing for these sprinters, Dow, of course, starting earlier this morning. They've got to keep backing it up time and time again.
Yeah, they're here early. Of course, they only race for... a lot of people won't know, the race is 10, 11 seconds, but they warm up for about an hour and a half. So in between sessions today, I was talking to Sam Dakin, and he was reasonably happy with the way he rode this morning. Good competition with Callum Saunders to make it through to this semi-final was tight, particularly the last ride. So Bradley Knight, he'll be very wary of Bradley Knight. His mum and dad are in the crowd watching Sam Dakin. Bradley Knight's got plenty of local support, and that the sort of word on the street was he was producing some outstanding times coming into these championships. Now he's just got to lay it down on the track in the match sprint against Sam Dakin. Sam Dakin will know him. They've raced each other on plenty of occasions. Dakin got the call up to replace Eddie Dawkins in the men's sprint team, so he's one, I guess you could say, with the reputation. Bradley Knight's going to go, well, there's a few of us knocking on the door of that, so just because you're there this time, you might not be the next time. I want to take you in the sprint if I can. Oh, good tactical riding by Bradley Knight. He saw Sam Dakin dive. He responded. Of course, the little pause. Dakin sits high on the top of the track. Sam Dakin, so he winds up high. Bradley Knight, he's just comes up a little bit as well. Just doesn't block into the racing line. He opened the door. Sam Dakin got the inside. You leave it open like that. And thanks very much. When we're this close together, you can't do that. You can't make a mistake, and it's a mistake. It's going to cost Bradley Knight. Sam Dakin, at his wits about him, saw the door open. He only opened it about half an inch to have a little peek through, and that was enough.
So if you're new to the sport there, what was happening going on, and that Bradley just didn't quite get down quick enough, that red line, that's area down on the inside there. Once a rider goes down underneath it there, you can't come chopping down on them. And that you've got to allow enough space. And of course, when he went to do it there, the Aucklander had just nudged his way up along his shoulder there. So he realised it and had to bounce back out of it very quickly. because he knew full well that the commissaires would be coming tapping on the shoulder otherwise. So unfortunately, because he had the speed, so it's going to be an interesting competition between those two. And speaking of interesting, exciting, fantastic racing, that would be the next two coming up for the gold medal rides. They've done this time and time again, the two men in the Auckland colours, but they also know each other extremely well after a number of years riding together at the world level, at the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, you name it, they've done it together as part of the team sprint. Folks, would you put your hands together for Ethan Mitchell and Sam Webster?
Well, they've been doing it since they were schoolboys when Justin Grace got them out to the track in Manukau. And they'll start with it. There's Sam just preparing as he does. He's drawn the outside position. Again, Lazenby asked me earlier in the day, how many times have they met in a final or had to ride each other in match sprints? And that's a question I'll have to ask one of them because I don't know the answer. Julian, you might. You're the early encyclopedia of most things cycling.
No, it'll be a challenging one, all right, because you're right. We've seen them time and time again meet up with each other. And you could say, well, there's some advantages to that. Of course, they'll know each other inside out, but also, and that makes it a bit tougher to try and come up with a new move, a new way of trying to catch each other out. And it's not so much necessarily about a new move, but just ensuring that we're as sharp in the mind as we are in the body here, because they've got to make those decisions so ultra quick. And that's what these two will be watching for. They'll be waiting for that moment when the rider just turns his head the wrong way, where he gets himself into the position with the front wheels facing up towards the fence line to allow the other rider to drop underneath them as they start to power into the big gears here. At the moment, Mitchell, as we've seen him already, just trying to control things. Webster hovering off the back of him here. Folks start making your calls. Who's going to do it? Mitchell goes early this time. He's gone from just over a lap out, over 250 metres. It's going to be a mammoth effort here if Webster can get himself onto the wheel. But Mitchell's looking powerful. But here comes Webster. Webster coming around the outside. Who's got the turbo? Webster's the answer to that. He takes it out on an outstanding effort. A long way out there, Dal, but man, did he come flying home. These guys are in some fine form indeed at over 70 k an hour.
Yeah, fantastic sprinting. Both riders, there's nothing wrong with the way Ethan Mitchell sprinted, did everything right, went for the long sprint, got the gap. Sam Webster just got out of the saddle, responded, goes one up in the best of three. So Sam Webster, well, he'd have a collection of national titles. He's in the mood to add another one to it. Ethan Mitchell will rethink, what can I do? Next time up they will be the other way round. It'll be Sam Webster who has to take the front position in the second ride. So there will be a little bit of rethink, but of course they know each other well and they are travelling so well. Both riders under 10 seconds in sprint qualifying 2 days, so you know it's hard at that speed. You think you see Ethan Mitchell get that little gap like that, you go, how is it possible to close that down? But Sam Webster, he just has that massive kick acceleration, gets in the slipstream, the momentum, and just carried him across the line. It's all about timing when you do it as well. Different tracks have different little secrecies of where you should pull out, where you should not. I know in this track, if you dive in too early into between turn 3 and 4, it's a little bit tougher. You sort of got to be patient and hope you can come out of it and get that little bit of a slingshot effect. That's what the sprinters were talking about earlier in the day. So we're moving, next event on the track will be the under 19 Keirin finals. So we'll have the first final for positions 7 through 12, followed by 1 through 6. So while they're drawing the marbles and running through their positions on the track, Jess Schuler, Alana Breen, Jade Perry, Madison Lowry, Samantha Walker are in the B final, who take 7th through 12th place. The Keirin Racing, it's great to see the young under 19 women riders really taking on and loving the Keirin big fields. And we've seen some fantastic racing this morning in the Keirin heats to get through to these finals. After the 7th to 12th, we'll go into the gold medal final, or the ride through the final through 1-6. Jenna Borthwick, Sophie De Veers, Jasmine McLeod, Lily Kaywood, Kira Kelly, Pearl Harris Blaine, they will be the riders lining up in the gold final. We're just waiting for the riders in the 7th to 12th to get set, get the all clear. Glenn Thompson's on the other side of the track. He's ready to go. We can see the handlers and the coaches with their charges, all looking fairly relaxed. There's Ferguson. They're just having a bit of a conversation with the starter.
Of course, the Keirin racing, very, very popular throughout the world, particularly in Japan, where it's based out of there, and it's quite a specialised event over in Japan, where they'll have very flat sort of tracks, unlike this one here with the steep banking of 43 degrees. They're a much lot flatter and designed specifically just for this type of racing, and they have basically have a totalizer like the horse races, where the crowds come on in and do their bets on the riders. They take it that seriously, that the riders have their cell phones, any communication devices removed from them, and that leading into it. They have training camps or training schools, and taught the art form of Keirin racing. So well worth looking up on the old YouTube clips and checking that out there. Some interesting colour schemes and helmets that are ridden there. And it's only been in recent years that we've seen the first of the New Zealand riders being invited over to take part in those schools. So we've seen the likes of your Sam Websters and co that have made their way over to there. Simon van Veldhoven, of course, he's now got himself busy on the water with the America's Cup, but he was another rider to take advantage of that experience of riding over in Japan. Of course, it's all through Europe as well. Germany also another hot spot for it. Traditionally for the sprinters at some of the carnivals and that there, you'll see endurance riders mix it up a little bit as well as part of their training. But certainly, as we mentioned earlier on, back in the 80s and that there was some interesting manoeuvres to say the least, and they've just tightened up on the rules more and more over the years. Of course, for Eddie Dawkins, one of the medalists at the World Championships when it comes to the Keirin. Not for the faint-hearted, that's for sure, Dow.
Now we have a good tradition in the Keirin, because the rules changed again a little while ago. The motorbike used to come off with 2.5 laps to go. Now it's for 3. I personally preferred it with 2.5. It was just the riders would hit it at full gas from 2.5. With 3, it's changed the tactics of the Keirin a little bit. But as the sport evolves, and I guess they want to make it safer, and they've taken out a little bit of that argy-bargy you spoke about with the 3 laps. It gives the riders a little bit more time to sort themselves out. But you do see when it goes wrong at over 70 kilometres an hour, and they slide a long way down the track. And looking forward to later in the program at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. In the coming days we'll have the Elite Men's Keirin finals, or heats and then finals. The Under 19s that could give us a good taste to get used to what's going on. And Steve Holdsworth, he's the chief commissaire down there. Just wanting to get things going.
This is the Keirin just in the last few years, of course, being introduced at a younger age group now with a lot of the under-17s, even some of the under-15s at club level, having a bit of a nudge at it there as they try and just sort of introduce some of the riders in the younger age groups to some of these events as they move their way up into the older age groups. And of course, typically here in New Zealand, under-15s, then under-17, then under-19 on the track before you move into the senior ranks. There's a number of Masters riders as well, so we'll see them in action very shortly in the next few weeks at the age group championships as well. And some familiar names from yesteryear taking part with the introduction of these indoor velodromes.
So if you just joined us on Sky Sport Next for the coverage of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships, about halfway through this evening's program. This is session number 4 on day 2. Del Woodford and Julian Einerson in commentary, joined earlier by Nick Blenko, who gave us his expert comments and insight to paracycling. So we've still got the final rides to come in the women's and men's sprints. We've got the scratch race, points race, so plenty of racing for this evening. If you've just joined us, don't go away, just settle into your seats at home. If you've got any questions or comments, of course you can fire those through. Again, Thompson's on the motorbike, Commonwealth Games points race champion. and tactically very smart bike rider. Great man to have here in Southland, looking after the young riders coming through. So they settle in. This is the ride for 7th to 12th place. Alana Breen is the rider that drew number 1, and behind the motorbike, Jade Perry. And behind her, 3 from Canterbury. So they'll all want to try and get that 7th place if they can. It's always nice to go home when you ride a final and go, well, I managed to win my last race. Madison Lowry just backing off a little bit. When will they start making the move from the back? Jade Perry 6 in 2nd position. Jess Schuler back in 4th place. I was talking to her mum this morning, Jess. They thought she had appendicitis yesterday and spent most of the day at the hospital here in Southland, so great to see her back on the bike to start managing the pain. She really was disappointed to miss the 500-metre time trial. There she goes, she's got all the doors open, she's got a good run through on the inside. She's going to do a bit of work to push Jade Perry's there in 3rd, being boxed in. Alana Breen, the Canterbury rider, starting to come around the outside. Jess Schuler's got a bit of work to do. The bell's going to go. Jade Perry looked over her shoulder. Well, they're starting to come around. Might have gone a little bit early. Jess Schuler's got out as well, so in that 3rd position. Chasing this 7th to 12th place. Samantha Walker, though, might have just got clear. So, good Keirin. Nice, clean racing. Samantha Walker did everything right. And it's great they have these B finals, so it gives the riders another race on the track. And more experience of racing the Keirin, the more you do it, the better you get. The tactics can change every time you ride one. So that's how it runs. If it's the first Keirin you've ever seen, it's not exactly a complicated race. There's a couple of rules, and those rules are when you draw your position on the track, so 1 through 6, 1 through 8, depending on the number of riders, you must ride in those positions for the first lap, and then if you want to change or challenge for a position, you can do so. The rider in 1 must take the motorbike, and at no time are you allowed to overtake the motorbike. And some controversial decisions over the years at World Championships when we've seen a rider's front wheel just nudge over the motorbike and the rider be DQ'd. So we now move into the A final. Places 1 through 6. The numbers they'll be wearing. Jenna Borthwick will be wearing number 76. Sophie De Veers 93. Jasmine McLeod 83. Lily Kaywood 91. Kira Kelly 82. Pearl Harris Blaine 85. So they are the numbers. You can keep an eye on them on your screen and in the stand just like we can. You pick them out. We have 3 from Southland, 2 from Waikato, 1 from Canterbury. The Jenna Borthwick, as always, a big load, 2nd in the individual pursuit. Back on track, riding these sprint events. On the inside, Lily Kaywood, she's drawn number 1. Outside her, Kira Kelly. So who's your money on, Julian? This is going to be a tight race. There's some form bike riders in here. Sophie De Veers, Jenna Borthwick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one, and that's, of course, Jenna very good tactically, knowing where to position herself. And as we saw in that previous final, and that I think the placement where the riders were coming into the bell lap certainly made the difference. I think this 1 or 2 got caught out, and that had burnt their matches when the bell went. They had done their dash, so as you said, got to allow that whole 3 laps just to hold enough back, but it's a knife edge you've got to be on that entire time, because you can't retain it at 100% all that way over the 3 laps. It's a long way out to try and hold on to the front. These riders would have been giving every consideration as to the various options that could become available to them. Of course, you can come into a race with a great plan, but the rest of the riders don't know your plan, so they could just change things on you altogether, and that's why good bike riders are constantly thinking, and that's make the decisions and change to the situation.
Well, Lily Kaywood, quite happy and behind the motorbike. Everybody's happy with their positions. No one's tried to change positions at the moment. Jenna Borthwick, colours of Canterbury, just has a little look over her shoulder and tracked by the Southland riders. Of course, Southland with 3 in this final, well represented at under 19 level. That's great to see. It's a lot to be said for their development program, the hub program down here that Sid Cumming and the team run. Well, the motorbike's off, so tactically, now who's going to make the first move? A little bit of a run through the inside. Garrett Kelly, we'll just be hoping that door stays open. Jenna Borthwick goes round the outside, so Jenna Borthwick doesn't mind taking these sprints long. She's got the strength and power, but smart enough to ride outside, keep her high. That's good tactics. Good tactics from us. Sophie De Veers as well. Sophie De Veers kept Jenna Borthwick high on the track, so Jenna Borthwick's going to have to cover a fair few more metres around the track. They'll head into that bell lap. Jenna Borthwick always got a lot of work to do from there. Lily Kaywood. Jenna Borthwick, here she comes around the outside. She's got the diesel engine going now. Goes to the line. Well, just how good's Jenna Borthwick? Wasn't quite quick enough in the individual pursuit, but has taken out the Keirin with a very good ride. Looked like she was out of it, Julian.
Oh, look, that was a great example of fighting it. Who wanted it the most there? She knew tactically she hadn't quite played the right cards there. She had to cover a lot of ground for a long time. And for a majority of riders that have been stuck in that sort of position, they would have gone out the back door. But man, did she fight. That endurance base coming through, and that to take out the title. And she's done this before in the younger ranks as well before with the Keirins, and showing once again her versatility. The rider from Canterbury, folks, would you put your hands together for Jenna Borthwick, the winner of the Under-19 Keirin final.
The Under-19 Men's Keirin finals, and we haven't got the start sheets in front of us, so we'll run through. I know Liam Kavanagh, he's there. Mitchell Fitzsimmons. Sorry, yeah, Fish on the inside, it is indeed. Cousins sits outside him. Ewan Cousins. So Ewan Cousins, Liam Kavanagh, Jared Mann, Jonathan Fish, Fish Mid-South Canterbury, Mann, Kavanagh, Cousins, Waikato. 7th to 10th place final. So Jared Mann's at the top of the track, Jonathan Fish on the inside. Ewan Cousins rides wheel number 2. So Jonathan Fish just sitting a fair way off the motorbike. He's allowed to do that. Moves up onto the wheel now. They roll round, quite happy with their positions. Plenty of time to think about what they want to do. This is the 7th through 10th place final. Jonathan Fish, Ewan Cousins. Of course, we're used to seeing him in the colours of West Coast North Island, but he's made the move. And through the cycling program, Palmerston North Boys High School. Mann deciding to make a move around the outside. Jared Mann's just grown in confidence right throughout these championships. Liam Kavanagh tracks his teammate. Ewan Cousins, so Waikato lining up. Jonathan Fish. Motorbike comes off, 3 to go. Down the back straight, Jonathan Fish just riding nice and patiently. Hasn't panicked, hasn't gone out, hasn't opened it up. So been well coached. 3 to go is a long way out, so you've got to stick them on your hip, control the sprint, try and ride at your speed. Looking over his shoulder. And man from Hamilton Boys, there we go, round the outside. Kavanagh. So Kavanagh in the red, white and blue goes round the outside. Fisher has gone back. Ewan Cousins opts onto the wheel. Jared Mann. Jared Mann starting to make a run around the outside. Ewan Cousins wanted to pop the wheel out. Boy, he might be able to. He's pushed his way. Has he been able to get out? No, he hasn't. Jared Mann's going to go after Kavanagh, but Kavanagh's going to have a little bit too much horsepower. Then Kavanagh comes through, takes 7th place. So another good Keirin. Good clean racing. Tactically, the young guys not doing too much wrong.
No, they're quite keen to mix it up down that back straight. And of course the commissaires, we're just looking at the video footage of that there, because there was some pretty close quarter racing there with the old handlebars being knocked about a bit. As we mentioned about that race lane down on the inside under that reds. As a few riders just got close to each other, but just to make it a bit more exciting here for the crowd. Sure they'll be absolutely fine as we get our finalists up onto the line. Looks like Ronan Shearing of Southland has drawn the inside running. So this leaves that race lane free there for the motorbike to come on through here very shortly. Of course, this is the ride for the gold medal. And this Keirin for the under-19s. As the last remaining riders being brought up into their respective spots. You'll see the handlers, they bring them on up, get them into position as we markers on the track there to indicate where exactly they have to be positioned. You'll see the same thing when we get to the team events in the last day or so of the track racing, just to have the spacing correct according to the UCI, of course the international cycling body.
Jackson Russell, he's made the final for Waikato. We'll pick up the riders as they come around. Kao Lart, and the colours of Tasman, always easy to pick out. Michael Adu, Luke Blackwood, Jackson Russell, Connor Shearing, Kao Lart, Zach Patterson. Connor Shearing's drawn the #1 position, so he'll hop in behind the motorbike. Then it'll be Blackwood, in the colours of Auckland, Jackson Russell. Slots into position #4.
So the riders just taking that opportunity here just to follow each other, have a good look and think about what plans they've got in place here. As we said, they'll come in with a bit of a plan, knowing full well things can change dramatically here. Shearing, it's Ronan Shearing, of course his brother Connor, a former junior world's representative. Ronan stepping up into the under-19s, his first under-19 national championships, along with a few others in here.
We looked very good in qualifying today, Julian, earlier in the day. He actually did it with ease, but he came from a little bit further back, so he's going to have to rethink what he wants to do. Does he want to hold the position behind the motorbike? Does he want to lead out the likes of Kao Lart? Or does he just want to let someone else come around and he slots in onto the wheel? Zach Patterson as well. I'm the national road race champion, so I don't mind making it long and hard. Kao Lart sits outside. Shearing those does the right thing. He slots into second wheel, positions his wheel on the outside. Now the man from Canterbury moving around the outside, flying in to take the lead, wants to lead it out. So they're going from a long way out. Kao Lart sitting nice and patient. Zach Patterson still on the inside. Kao Lart has a little look down, just backs back a little bit. Oh, Blackwood's going to make a run round the outside, so Kao Lart just drifts back a little bit with 1 to go. Sees Blackwood go round the outside. Zach Patterson going after him. Blackwood now he gets his nose in front. Zach Patterson though is going to fight all the way. Kao Lart's out of it. He's gone backwards. Connor Shearing's going to try and come home hard on the outside. Zach Patterson, the national road race champion, just takes out the Keirin. Very good performance. Zach Patterson, well, he won the under-19 road race in a sprint. That's why. Good turn of speed. Well, Southland can take a lot of, I guess, confidence out of that going forward. Ronan Shearing, again, you know, he got himself into a spot of bother, forced into that #1 position, but fought back really well to medal in this final, Julian.
Yeah, it was a fast finish, that's for sure. He was coming flying home with a number of others. Kao Lart was interesting. He was bouncing all over the place, looking for the wheels, but didn't quite get the one that counted in the end. So, fantastic finish here amongst these under-19 men. Always produce some good racing, and that's when they get into anything, whether it's the sprint races or the endurance. And of course, we'll see them in those scratch races and that coming up as well. And they certainly put it all on the line every time. A lot of enthusiasm out there, and some very good riders coming through. And of course, nudging all the time these young under-19 riders to move into the elite level, into the national squads. And of course, hoping to also get the tap on the shoulder for the Junior Worlds, as we get confirmation of Patterson taking out the win from Ronan Shearing of Southland, and Blackwood, a fine ride by him, securing the 3rd position over Russell and Adu and Lartz.
A very good final, the Keirin final, under 19 Men's Keirin final. So we'll be going into the men's and women's second ride in the sprints. Well, they've had a little bit of a break. They've had time to think about the tactics. They're coming up onto the track. Emma Cumming, Olivia Ray, Emma Cumming, one up in the best of three for the bronze medal. I spoke to Olivia Ray briefly. And, she felt that she was going to be fourth, but I know Olivia Ray, you would have gone, you know what? That first ride didn't go quite as I planned it, but I'm going to throw everything I can at Emma Cumming. And that's exactly what Olivia Ray is going to do. She looks like she's going to move her around all over the track at high speed. Olivia Ray knows she's got plenty of endurance, so Emma Cumming is either going to have a fast 3 laps, tucked in behind Olivia Ray. This is interesting tactics from Olivia Ray, but she's not frightened to put it on the line. I've seen her in the road races just close the gaps. Most riders look around and look for a little bit of help. She just puts her head down. Emma Cumming goes, well, we can both play at this game. I'll take control. You just glanced up the track. You looked the wrong way. Emma Cumming going down the back straight. She's decided to go for it. Olivia Ray goes, well, I did what I could, Emma Cumming. You're too good. You saw the door. You saw the opportunity. Goes through to take the bronze medal. Well, Olivia Ray will be delighted to make it through to that final for the bronze ride. But Emma Cumming is just getting better and better. She makes her way back from those injuries. Good to see her. She's breathing hard. She had to work hard. But that felt like a 1,000-metre sprint, really.
That's an outstanding ride by Emma to come back after all those injuries. Just to start slowly but surely getting back into race mode. She'll be loving every moment of it, medal or not, just to be back in the competition and knowing Emma that she'll just love being back in the fray of this amongst all her teammates and support from the home crowd. As we look for plenty of support here for this grand final. Elise Andrews, Sian Fulton, one up is Andrews currently from Waikato Bay of Plenty. So Fulton knows the pressure well. She's been here before. Of course, these are the top 2 fastest qualifiers this morning. What are they going to produce here in the second ride?
Well, it's gone as seedings pretty much. Sian Fulton has to draw the inside position this time. She had the outside in the first ride, so this time she must lead through that first part. Got every thought of tactics. She's been the national sprint champion, wanting to get that title if she can. On the Keirin 500 time trial last year at the Nationals, she was in great form. Well, it does a little bit of a standstill. Elise Andrew goes, I'm not going to play the game of that at the moment. I am travelling really well. I don't have to put any pressure on the legs. So Fulton, with that standstill, has decided she wants to try and have that element of surprise at the back. Elise Andrews looking under her shoulder. Sian Fulton sitting higher, a little bit higher on the track, giving herself some room. Has she got the speed to close the gap if Andrews decides to accelerate? So Elise Andrews, I know Julia mentioned earlier, world record holder at the 2,000 metre individual pursuit, so she doesn't mind going for long, hard sprints as well. 5th ranked Keirin rider in the world, Elise Andrews. Well, she's put the hammer down at the 200. She's opened up a bite. Now we'll see if Sian Fulton can come into the slipstream and get over the top. Well, she's got up to the back wheel. She's got up to the hip. Now can she kick over the top? She's trying hard. She does. It's going to go to 3. Sian Fulton rode that perfectly. Patience, knew the track. It goes to 1 apiece. Tasman's Sian Fulton is going to make Elise Andrews fight. Great riding by the Tasman rider.
Well, folks, we said it was going to be tight racing between these two, and they are promising it all the way to the line here. One more ride still to determine who will secure the gold medal. Well, it's anyone's guess at the moment the form these two are in. And it all comes down to tactically just getting it right, as Dale said, just timing that right, using this track the appropriate way to slingshot off onto that bank. But man, she had a bit of ground to make up. I think Elise had the right idea to try and drag it out. But this time round, the Tasman rider wanted it more.
Yeah, Sian Fulton had her tactics absolutely perfect. I thought she had left herself a little bit much to do. But showing great maturity and patience. We see the sprinters coming up onto the track. Sam Dakin giving the thighs a bit of a whack, going, wake up. He's got the top spot on the track. There's a look up to the crowd. Mum and Dad there watching. His opponent, Bradley Knipe. No, he's coming in above, so Dakin's gone high. But Bradley Knipe has to go a little bit higher because a lot of mind games at the start. Sam will look across and look into the eyes, even though they've got mirrored glasses on. Bradley Knipe's got the clear lenses. He's not going to play that game. He's just going to do his own thing. Sam wants to stare him down. He's up by 1 in this race for the bronze medal. Bradley Knipe, though, would have had a discussion with his coach. He knows he's not out of it. We've just seen that. Sian Fulton pulling it back to 1 apiece. So Bradley Knipe, Sam Dakin will lead away. Just a little nudge off the line. Just that little bit of mind game, a little bit of psych. Bradley Knipe. Well, we mentioned both riders were riding reportedly, well, you know, low sub-10s coming into these championships. There's not a lot between them. It was tight in qualifying. Match sprinting. You've only got a blink and you can miss the opportunity. Sam Dakin on the front. Bradley Knipe, he's got plenty of horsepower, plenty of acceleration. Sometimes he's not a rider you want to have in front of you because of his jump. He could easily be a specialist starter. He's got so much acceleration from the standing start. Sam Dakin will know that, and he won't want to have a slow sprint against Bradley Knipe. Bradley Knipe just winding up, and he's going to try and make it a long sprint himself. So Bradley Knipe goes around. He's got to get over the top. He's done so. He's opened a big gap on Sam Dakin, so he's going to make Dakin do a fair bit of work. Bradley Knipe, well, he did the right thing. He trapped him low and he used that acceleration jump off the line. He's going to make it 1 apiece. He's going to cruise through. It's 1-1 in the ride for the bronze. Well,
the Southlander, he does it, doesn't he, Dal? What an outstanding effort indeed. Just waited patiently for his moment and dragged it out, made life hard, but that explosiveness. And of course, that's one of the things they're going to contend with. These riders are riding some big, big gears. Bradley possibly on a slightly smaller gear. And that revolution, being able to get over top of it very, very quickly, giving himself half a dozen bite lengths just like that, and took full advantage of it. Of course, he's a former multiple junior world champion as well, so we know he likes to do the kilo. He knows all those sort of distances aren't too much to do to the legs at all. He can do it every time. And he's backed himself up here to make it 1 apiece.
Second ride, gold medal final. Sam Webster, Ethan Mitchell. So you're sitting at home, both in the Auckland skin suits. Sam Webster, the black helmet, the white gloves. Ethan Mitchell, he'll be in the white helmet and generally no gloves. Yep, he'll have the chalk on the hands. And they will get themselves set. Sam will have that very familiar process that he goes through, sets himself, never changes. Check out their hands. They don't need to play mind games. They know each other. Been in the situation since they're about under 15. They started their cycling careers. I bet way back then, did they think they'd be multiple world champions, Olympic medalists, one of the finest sprinters in the world. And that's a real privilege to have them here racing at these national championships as they build up towards the Olympic Games. And top match race sprinting is what they want, because you want them to qualify high, and anything can happen in match sprints, as we've seen. The bronze medal rides being brought back to 1 apiece. Ethan Mitchell has to do that to Sam Webster. Webster 1 up, and he's drawn the inside position, so Ethan Mitchell, what's he going to do? He just stalks him around. He'll try and force Sam Webster. He moves left and right, try and make him look both ways over his shoulder, try and just open that door a little bit, but Sam Webster stays low on the track, so he has to look one way. Ethan's sitting nice and close to the wheel, something you don't usually see, but that's so Sam can't see him. He wants to try and spring a surprise. Now he moves up the track, trying to build up the speed. Webster moves up as well just to protect the position. Now he kicks, he's into the racing line, so he's committed. Both riders fully committed through the 100. Ethan Mitchell gets up onto the hip. Now can he come out of that turn and kick and go over the line? They go to it. No, Webster just too strong on the inside. He'll go through to, well, he'll take it. 2 straight rides. Sam Webster, sensational performance. Great sprinting by this pair. Sam Webster, the national champion.
What a great opportunity to see world-class sprinters in action here. These guys, as we've said time and time again, have done it all at the international stage, but they have them here at the New Zealand Track Championships here in the Deep South, and Invercargill's fantastic to see once again. And the two of them didn't disappoint. 11.023, but it was all about the tactics as Webster adds to his resume another national title here in the sprints over Ethan Mitchell. Folks, would you put your hands together once again for the two Aucklanders and a fine display of sprinting.
So we'll go into the women's elimination race, the leader women's elimination race. Give the sprinters a chance to have a break. There are some third rides required, and they will come back onto the track after the elimination race. So the elimination race, if this is your first time in the Velodrome, then for the majority of the race, the action is at the back of the field. It's the last rider across the line that gets a lap taken. Sorry, gets pulled out of the race. So if you're last across the line, you're withdrawn from the race, and we go right down to there's only a couple of riders left in this national elimination race. Julian's going to race down there because he'll have to make the call. He'll announce the rider that the commissaires deemed to be the last rider across the line. So it'll be a big field. Tough race, the elimination race. I don't have the start list for the Elite Women's Elimination Race. But it'll come up. It'll be a strong field, there's no doubt about that. Olivia Ray, Erin Downey, Samantha Donnelly, Holly Edmondson, Nicole Shields, Paula Green, Bronnie Bortha, Courtney King. So we just saw Bronnie take out the individual pursuit. Great battle. So how's she recovered? Mackenzie Milne lining up as well in this elimination race. Olivia Ray said she prefers the scratch race. It's a bit more straightforward. You can relax a bit and just worry about the sprint at the end. Sometimes one of the hardest races in the eliminations, the neutral race. The starter won't let them go till he's happy that the group is fairly compact. Mackenzie Milne leads them up onto the track, puts the glasses on. Rode well in the scratch race on the opening night of the championships. Depending on the size of the field is how many laps you need to do. Holly Binson, easy to pick out in the Mid-South Canterbury colours. Well, in a little bit of a laugh and a joke at the moment. It'll get serious once they have to roll away. It's the Elite Women's Elimination Race at the Vantage Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. Thanks very much for joining us from across the world on Sky Sport Next.
I reckon 446.
Some of the riders having a bit of a conversation with their mates in the stand. Mackenzie Milne is number 21. Sits at the front. Nice place to be in the elimination. Sometimes it can be tough. As well, Olivia Ray tucked on the back. That's where you don't really want to be, it's particularly on an elimination lap. The bell will go each time there's an elimination lap. The judges, well, they'll be watching the back wheels, the last back wheel across the line. That rider's number will be called out by my co-commentator, Julian Einarson, who is down on the infield in position. They roll away on neutral. If the starter is happy, he will let them go. So the gun goes, riders now they'll start dicing, moving around in and out, front to back. Mackenzie Milne sits on the inside. 1-1 back. If it's a horse race, you'd be calling it the 1-1, but in the elimination it can be not a great place to be sometimes if they roll around over top of you on the outside. I think that might have been the little bell ring. So we'll have an elimination. Samantha Donnelly goes, well, if I go right to the front, off the front a little bit, I'm safe.
1-2-12, Tyler Green of Southlands.
So Tyler Green called out of the race. Tyler Green from Southland, first rider eliminated. Mackenzie Milne, well started at the front, drifts to the back. He's got plenty of time to move around the outside. Bell goes again, next time will be another elimination. So when you're at the back like that, you get the ability to run and roll over the top. The Waikato rider rolling through on the inside. We'll hope that the riders don't decide to sit up. Ronnie Bortha on the front. And I've seen her ride these races and never move off the front right down to the last two.
Number 4, Holly Edmondson, Mid-South Canterbury, number 4.
So Holly Edmondson, well, as that would have been one of your pre-race favourites. Gets called out. Bell will go again. The Mackenzie Milne was yours right at the back. Now it's gone right to the front. Decides to just stretch things out a bit. Thanks very much. I'll just tuck into second wheel position.
Rider 22, Maya Anderson, Waikato Bay of Plenty, 22.
Maya Anderson pulled out. She'll be disappointed with that. It's tight. You can see how tight it is. This is the Elite Women's Elimination race. Bell will go. Olivia Ray sits at the back, moves on the outside. Sammy Donnelly, 2 from Canterbury in there. It's Erin Downey at the back. Donnelly just a little bit further up in the field, but it could find herself in a spot of ball if they all rode round over the top. Olivia Ray.
Number 18, Hannah Quinlan, Waikato Bay of Plenty,
18 gets pulled out. Hannah Quinlan. That inside position, it can bite you. Olivia Ray slots in back on the bat. Hannah Quinlan comes out. Ronnie Bortha goes to the front. Mackenzie Milne just riding there as well, just holding that position. Well, they stretch the field out a little bit, the riding front. Bortha just keeping that high tempo.
Rider number 2, Erin Downey, Canterbury, rider 2.
Erin Downey, so Olivia Ray picks them off one by one from the back, uses that little kick. She won't want to get caught on the inside of Donnelly. A little bit of a rest. Bell will go. Next time be another one eliminated. We go down to 2 riders left. So Olivia Ray just stays high on the track. Doesn't mind covering a little bit of extra ground. The rider in a bit of trouble. Jessie Hodges.
Rider 2020, Jessie Hodges, Waikato Bay of Plenty.
So Jessie Hodges was in a bit of trouble and she gets pulled out of the elimination. Ray just moves up, sits third wheel on the outside. Sammy Donnelly tracks her. Mackenzie Milne's going to have to do another big run around the outside. The bell will go. So Donnelly just doesn't get tempted by the door opening on the inside, decides to stay outside. Mackenzie Milne, Walter Ray. Just have to pick up who's that in second wheel.
Rider 21, Mackenzie Milne, Waikato Bay of Plenty, 21.
So Mackenzie Milne comes out. We're down to the last 5. Courtney King riding really well in the colours of Waikato Bay of Plenty. We haven't had to mention her. That's always a good thing in an elimination. Donnelly at the back, Olivia Ray just protecting there. So we're down to 5. Ray moves up on the outside, or a little bit of a run on the inside. You go, that's tempting, but you got to push and muscle your way out of there. So Courtney King's got a fair bit of work to do from that position if they roll round over the top.
Rider 10, Nicole Shields, Southlands.
Nicole Shields caught out on the inside. Only bother. Look at the control of her from the front. Samantha Donnelly riding a very good race as well here. Olivia Ray just in the sprint final. She got another sprint left in her leg. She's going to need it to get over the top. They're fighting hard. Round the track. Olivia Ray kicks over the top.
Rider number 3, Samantha Donnelly, Canterbury.
So Samantha Donnelly, very good ride, rode exceptionally well, 4th place. So 2 from Waikato, 1 from Auckland, Olivia Ray. They'll want to make it hard. What a ride by Courtney King. Well, she's done everything right. We haven't had to talk about it. Olivia Ray just backs off a little bit, goes into that last 100. Has she got the speed to come over the top of Courtney King? Take on Bryony Bortha. It's going to be tight to go down to the line. Courtney King, very good ride,
Rider
takes
16.
the bronze medal. So it's a 2 up. Bryony Bortha. Olivia Ray. Oh, well, that is so strong. She can lead out, go from a long way and make it really tough. But Olivia Ray's got a big kick on her. So who's got the most gas left? Look at Bronny fighting hard to defend that inside track. She's fighting really hard. Olivia Ray's going to have to work hard to get over the top. Goes down, takes it. Olivia Ray adds another national title. What a season for Olivia Ray. The National Criterium champion, the Scratch Race champion, and now the Elimination champion. Fantastic racing. I'd love to know how many laps Bronny was on the front for. There we go, just confirming the result. Olivia Ray, Bronny Bortha, Courtney King, Samantha Donnelly, Nicole Shields, Mackenzie Milne rounding out the top 6. Well, Raleigh Cycling will be hoping they get some invites to some track events so Olivia Ray can chuck on a couple of national champions jerseys. The Elite Women's Elimination race will now have the 3rd rides that are required in the sprint finals. It's the ride for the bronze medal in the Elite Men's, the gold medal ride in the Elite Women's. So if you've just joined us on Sky Sport Next, Dale Woodford, Julian Einerson bringing you the commentary. Live from the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome, we've had His Worship the Mayor, Sir Tim Shadbolt, here presenting medals this evening. A lot of support for all the cyclists here in Southland for these national championships on the track. Tasman's Sian Fulton and Elise Andrews, the decider in the gold medal ride. Julian's just done a 10-second sprint up the stairs from calling the elimination riders. So Elise Andrews drew the inside, so has to lead. That's the position she was in the second ride. She took the lead, and Sian Fulton, is she going to change tactics, or is she going to do the same thing? Elise Andrews sort of played to her strength with a longer sprint, but she would have rethought it a little bit. Sian Fulton, the Tasman rider, just stalking her prey. That is Elise Andrews, 5th ranked Keirin rider in the world, our sprinter for the Tokyo Olympics. Sian Fulton just continues to impress. She was impressive last year. She just keeps improving, getting better. Elise Andrews winding it up around the bank, and they're going to come into the bell. So Elise Andrews, she's going to do exactly the same thing Sian Fulton has. She's got one more big kick in her. When's she going to get into the slipstream? Elise Andrews goes low, mouth wide open down the back. They hit the 100. Sian Fulton gets into the slipstream. Now can she use a little bit of a kick over the bank and to get over the top? Goes to the line. Oh, that's really tight. It was a little bit out of our shot. We're going to leave it to the judges. We'll see what comes up. The riders, I'm not sure if they know. Usually one of them will congratulate the other. It was very, very tight. Elise Andrews, Sian Fulton. That was some match sprint. We'll see. We will need the result confirmed. There we go. It comes up on the board. Sian Fulton. Well, a little bit of an upset, but Sian Fulton rode perfectly, Julian. Outstanding performance. Give her a huge round of applause. Sian Fulton. Elise Andrews.
Yeah, great display of timing to perfection, being able to throw the bike to the line. It can be all the difference if you make it through to a medal or not, often in these races here. And they practice that time and time again, and she did that to absolute perfection there. Didn't panic with the gap. Elise certainly had her stretched out, that's for sure.
Well, Elise Andrews didn't do anything wrong as we now go on to the third ride. The bronze medal elite men's sprints. Sam Dakin slaps the thighs. Moves high on the track. He might have drawn the very high spot this time. He's right up against the rail.
So, of course, these two riders, one apiece here for the bronze medal. This is all on. We'll see who will end up being on the podium very shortly. Joining Sam Webster as the winner, Ethan Mitchell, the silver. Which of these two riders will secure themselves this medal?
So let's have a look. On the inside, Bradley Knight, Sam Dakin on the outside. So Bradley Knight leads away. He has to lead away at walking pace, so he can't stall it too much from there, else they will ask for a restart. So he'll drop down to the Côte d'Azur and do what he has to do, lead away. Sam Dakin. Dad looks relaxed on the seat. Mum's on the edge of a seat. This is the bronze medal ride.
Of course, that easing off, of course, Dale, we see it every time, and that in sprinting at some stage, the old standstill. There was a bit of an effort at it earlier on tonight as they try and position themselves. One rider will want to always come from the behinds, one will want to lead it out depending on the type of track it is. So you can see Bradley just easing things off. Those big gears though, Dal, that takes it out, it takes a toll on the legs trying to now hold it up. As you can see now, the bike skills, these riders put it onto an angle in which they can control it. Now the commas here as we're watching, that they don't move that bike too much, but are going to roll off again.
Well, it's really interesting, Sam buying into the game of the standstill. I think Bradley just wants to keep stalling the sprint, try and leave it late. Well, Sam might have dived underneath, just taken control of it, ridden his own race. But he's quite happy at the moment with the situation. Both riders on the Côte d'Azur as, well, boss Robbie Dale himself, a very good rider representing South Africa, says this final it'll be on like Donkey Kong for the bronze medal ride. And he'll be tuned in having a look. Sam Dakin high on the track. Bradley Knight just up in a little bit of a swerve up. You're allowed to do that, just sort of trying to see him. Sam Dakin goes, well, you're going to look that way. Thanks very much. I'll dive underneath. Now we'll see how much horsepower, how much speed you got, Sam Dakin. Dad's moved forward on the seat as well, so he's going to show a little bit more interest. Into the 200, Sam Dakin down the back straight, gets out of the saddle, gets the big gear. Bradley Knight's chasing hard, but he might have left it a little bit late. Now he gets up onto the shoulder of Sam Dakin. They go to the line, it's close again. Oh, who got it? Who got that one?
She's third umpire stuff here. They're going to get the cameras out. They'll be checking very closely. An outstanding finish between the two. Who's got it? They're both looking to the board. They're not sure of themselves, but in the meantime, folks, congratulate the two of them.
Yeah, they're both looking up. Wow. We'll ask Sam's mum, what did she think? Her hands went over her eyes at the finish there, so she missed it. Hope the judges didn't miss it. They might have blinked. We'll have the photo finish, though. Great sprinting. What a series we've had. Gee, I just wish we could bring it all back and do it again tomorrow night. It's so good.
Oh, look at the eyes. The commissaire is busy checking out the footage here, looking to see if there's a slight difference between the tyres across the line. There we go. They've given it. Sam Dakin got it on the line. It must have been by the slimmest of margins. I'd like to see the photo. It was very good sprinting. Wow. So Sam Dakin takes the bronze. Bradley Knight, hands on hips. He didn't do anything wrong. Rode a perfect sprint. But just that slight hesitation gave Sam Dakin the opportunity to dive underneath. They have a good laugh. Great sportsmanship. Yeah, both riders being clapped by Ethan Mitchell and Sam Webster down there. The teammates will be heading to Tokyo. They might have been sweating a little bit. To the infield, we're going to head down to the infield for some presentations. So if you're at home, go make a cup of tea, come back, watch the medal ceremonies, and we'll be back up in the commentary box for some more racing following the award ceremonies.
So ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships will now take place. The Under 19 Women's Keirin, the medals will be presented by Julia Nynison, Cycling Southland Life member. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Kara Kelly. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Lily Kaywood. In first place, winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Women's Keirin National Champion representing Canterbury, Jenna Borthwick. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for our medalists, Kara Kelly, Lily Kaywood, and your champion, Jenna Borthwick. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation at the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is the Under-19 Men's Keirin. The medals will be presented by Julia Nynison, Cycling Southland Life member. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Auckland, Luke Blackwood. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing Southland, Ronan Sharon. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Men's Keirin National Champion representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Zach Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your medal winners, Luke Blackwood, Ronan Sharing, and your champion, Zach Patterson. The next presentation of the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is the Elite Women's Elimination Race. Once again, the medals will be presented by Cycling Southland Life member Julia Nynison. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Courtney King. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Bryony Boltha. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Women's Elimination National Champion, representing Auckland, Olivia Ray. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medal winners, Courtney King, Bryony Boltha, and your national champion, Olivia Ray. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation at the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is the Elite Women's Sprint. Once again, a life member of Cycling Southland, Julia Nynison, will present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Emma Cumming. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Elise Andrews. In first place, and winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Women's National Sprint Champion, representing Tasman, Sian Fulton. Sian also receives the Barbara Levito House Sprint Cup. Yeah, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your medal winners, Emma Cumming, Elise Andrews, your champion, Sian Fulton. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation at the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is the Elite Men's Sprint. Julian Ineson, a life member of Cycling Southland, will present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Auckland, Sam Dakin. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Auckland, Ethan Mitchell. In first place, and winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Elite Men's Sprint National Champion, representing Auckland, Sam Webster. Sam will also receive the NZACC Sprint Champion Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your medal winners, Sam Dakin, Ethan Mitchell, your champion, Sam Webster. So we now have a presentation for the 2020 Male Track Cyclist Emerging Talent. It'll be presented by Erin Cridlington, Vice President of Cycling New Zealand Road and Track. The Emerging Talent 2020 Male Cyclist of the Year, Sam Dakin. Yes, Sam's been steadily developing as a young sprint athlete in the high performance program. The development seen personal best achieved, and from that, selection to the Tokyo Men's Sprint Team. So Zach Patterson, congratulations, very fine ride. This has been a stellar couple of weeks for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the legs have been feeling the last couple of weeks. I didn't know how I'd come into this. I haven't ridden the track in a couple of months, so pretty happy with it.
Well, you backed out well the road title, but go from winning a junior road title to the Keirin title, big difference.
Yeah, I entered this as a bit of fun just to see how it'd go against the sprinters, and turned out pretty well, I guess.
Well done. I know you've got to go away and get ready for another race, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm on now, so I better be quick.
So joining me is Jenna Borthwick, National Keirin Champion, second in the individual pursuit, and you come out, backed it up, gold medal tonight. Well done.
Thank you very much.
How was it? Like, you just burned the legs in the individual pursuit and you have to come out and change to a sprint event.
It wasn't actually that tough. I don't know. I just really like the Keirins, and I always love coming out and smashing it in the sprint events just for a bit of a change from the endurance stuff I've been doing lately.
You gave yourself plenty of work to do from 3 wide, fair bit of track to cover.
Yeah, it wasn't my best race I've ever ridden, but I I don't know, I made up for it in the endurance, I suppose. I got round them at the end. Oh, sorry. Coming into the last lap, I didn't even think I had it. I was like, oh my God, I'm miles back.
Well, it might have been your best race, but it's a gold medal race, and I tell you what, any one right time you race, win a gold medal, it's outstanding. Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jenna Borthwick. Olivia Ray, congratulations. What a season. Criterium champion, 15,000 metre scratch race champion, and now the elimination champion.
I know, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Well, it must be good for your team, for you, going back to the States and then to Europe with all these national titles in the bank.
Yeah, it's cool. They're really stoked over there. It's going to be nice to go back and experience all of that, yeah.
You're doing everything. Sprints, you haven't done the pursuits, the elimination, scratch race to come. We're going to see points race to come. Is there going to be another title?
I don't know about this one. My legs are pretty toast, but we'll see.
Well done. Congratulations. And if I don't speak to you after the points race, all the best for the season ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm joined by national sprint champion Sian Fulton. This must feel so good.
Yeah, it does feel really good. Yeah, it just feels nice to get out there, have a good fight for it, families in the crowd, and just, show everyone the training that's been done over the past year through COVID and stuff, yeah.
Graham Hunt said to me, your work ethic, the way you approach it is just unbelievable, and all that hard work tonight paid off, beating Elise Andrews. Wow.
Yeah, always a good rivalry between Elise. She's one of my best mates, but it's real cool that we can go out there and have good battles as we do and then come off and give each other a hug.
Well, congratulations. I know you've got a Keirin title to defend later in the program, and we really look forward to that.
Yeah, me too. Let's hope we can carry this on.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen. That's Sian Fulton, national sprint champion. Sam Webster, how many national titles is this in the senior men's sprint?
Oh, I'm actually not too sure, but it's always an honour to win a national title regardless of the event, and it's pretty special to be out there with the depth that we have in New Zealand sprinting again. I feel like we've now superseded where we had been in the past, and it's quite nice to have been a part of both generations of the depth of sprinting, one when I was young and then now that I'm getting a bit longer in the tooth, so it's really special to be a part of.
Well, you might have been doing it for a long time, but you're not slowing down. Things going well in your preparation for Tokyo?
Yeah, we've got a really exciting program coming up in the next few months, and I think we're really starting to unpack some of these performances here and find out what our next step forward is. It's exciting, and yeah, we're all very eager, so we'll make sure that we really break down our performances here and find out what's going to be the best way for us to approach Tokyo.
Well, congratulations on another national title. It's always such a pleasure to watch your race. Well done, and all the best for Tokyo.
Cheers, Dale. Thank you. Thank you to the crowd as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Webster.
Okay, folks, now the riders are on the line for the second to last race of the night, event number 43. This is the men's under 19 scratch race final. Over 10K, 40 laps, 250 metre track, stock standard these days. 4 laps to the K. Big distance for these riders here, but saying that, it'll go by very, very quickly. And a high calibre of riders involved as well. As we've got our bunch underway here. Nice leisurely pace there for the first few metres as they roll into position. We're going to look out for that early manoeuvre. And then where riders try and disappear off the front, potentially take a lap out very quickly. So you've got to be attentive at all times. Good field in here with likes of Edward Pawson, 101 from Auckland. He's joined by his teammates of Luca Blackwood, 103. Redmond Connolly, 105. John T. Harris, 107 from Canterbury, with Van Hannigan of Canterbury. Mid-South Canterbury is a Jackson White. He's 111. And the Southlanders of Morgan Borry and Scott Henderson, 113 and 116 apiece. Ewan Cousins out there for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Jack Gillingham, Oliver Watson Palmer. West Coast North Island's Dylan coming out there, 133. Joel Douglas and Matt McClune also joining the Auckland combination. Riders 102, 104. Sanders of Canterbury, Nadu and McLeod. Ryan McLeod, who'd be one to keep a close eye on, in particular 110. Always keen to get off the front. Jonathan Fish, 112. Already seen him in action tonight. He just took it pretty easy in the Keirin. Keeping in mind he had this one here. This would suit him better to his talents. He's got a very fast finish. Ruben Heslip of Southland, 114. James Langham of Tasman, 118. Jack Carswell, 123 of Waikato Bay of Plenty. He'd be one of the hot favourites coming into this event. Always a very well performed rider across any distance. Matthew Davis of Waikato and Zach Patterson, 132, also representing Waikato Bay of Plenty. So a good sized field here as the riders just roll along. It's pretty straightforward, the scratch race. You hear anything with scratch in it there, they all start together as they do at a national championship. Unlike carnivals, etc., they'll have a handicap event for some of the wheel races, etc., with the strongest at the back, known as scratch, right through to the limit riders. But these riders here, all off on the same mark, roll into it. And it's basically first across the line, takes out the gold. No special preem, sprints, anything else involved in here. But a massive field in here, Dal, and of course there's a lot of contenders that could potentially take this in all sorts of shapes and form.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the riders that decide to attack and make this really tough when you see them bunch up a little bit. You'll see Jonty Harris just swinging up the track in the colours of Canterbury. So a big field, there'll be some attacks for sure. They're usually pretty aggressive in the under-19 men's race. Ruben Heslop, Southland's here. Ruben Heslop, he just moves off the front with his teammate, Morgan Borrie. So Borrie also a very good rider, capable of making these races very tough. So they got a little bit of a gap. The other riders are going to have to react. It was Zach Patterson who thinks, well, just close it down right now. Just encourage the others to keep it together. So one or two riders maybe a little bit tired. They've had a fairly big program. I don't think anyone's had a bigger program than the endurance women today with the individual pursuits and the scratch races, but the under-19 men have also had a big program because they jump into a lot of different events. So this race, they're going to come around, they're going to get 29 laps on the board.
So stretching out now with Waikato Bay of Plenty, one of the riders just giving it a bit of a nudge. So put a bit of pressure onto the field. You can see the cracks that start appearing in the field very quickly as riders scramble to try and find a decent wheel to follow. Some would come in with a plan of trying to target certain riders, but of course you don't want to be trapped into the fact of riding someone else's race. That certainly want to be aware of where they are at all times, but not necessarily ride to their particular race. As we now see pressure going on to the front and the splintering is starting to occur early.
Well, Jack Carswell decides, well, we better pick it up a bit. Just get the pace going. Joel Douglas, very strong rider from Auckland. Carswell swings up, moves back, doesn't go right to the back, slots in the midfield. And Canterbury decide, well, we'll keep it going. The pace is on now, Mid-South Canterbury, so that'll be from Mid-South Canterbury. It's probably, I think it should be Mitchell Fitzsimmons, Jonathan Fish, Jackson White, the two riders from Mid-South Canterbury in this race. So it was Jonathan Fish who closed that gap. There's Zach Patterson coming into the front, just slows down a little bit. Jack Gillingham moves up the track. So does...
no doubt a few of these centres, though, Dow, I'd say, would come in with a bit of a plan of which each rider has to do here. They'll have a certain role to play. There'll be those who'll be like the Aucklander right now to go off the front, see if they can see if the field will chase them. That might mean the nudge he's been given from the coaching staff. We want you to try this out. Let's see what sort of reaction we've got. They'll have their sprinters sitting back, waiting patiently there, hoping to get to the far end of the race here and start to put on their pressure. Edward Pawson, though, he's the young man off the front. We've seen him in the Deep South before. He performs pretty well. Of course, he comes from a very good cycling background with his family.
Yeah, Edward Pawson doesn't mind giving it a go, a little bit like his dad. Tim doesn't mind attacking in the races. So Edward Pawson, but Team Tactics, of course, this is an individual race, and the commissaires do look out for colluding and blocking and that of other riders. So even though there's teams, there might be some tactics. It is what we call an individual race, and the referees around the track, they certainly keep an eye on what's going on and making sure other riders aren't being too affected by any sort of tactics that could be a little bit too dodgy. So the riders to settle down, a little bit of a bunch, a little bit of a regroup, a little bit of riders looking at each other, and as that happens, it gives the opportunity for two to go clear off the front. So you never want to let anybody get too far away as they go through. It's Canterbury's Jonty Harris with Zach Patterson. So Zach Patterson just put in a great performance before in the Keirin. He's got good form, his legs are good, the national road race champion. Seems to go from the long distance to the sprints without too many problems. He travels nicely. Jonty Harris sits in front of him, swings up. They have a look over their shoulder and they go, Zach Patterson goes, that might be just enough for me out there. They brought it back together. Auckland decided they would shut it down. The Auckland riders, that was Joel Douglas, Luke Blackwood. They've got Redmond Conley.
And no surprise here, it looks like the black and the red colours here of Canterbury as they do a bit of a counter-attack. One of their riders already been off the front. They captured him, then another one goes. That's typical fashion we see from the likes of Waikato and Canterbury as they try and ensure that they put someone off the front at all times. As the pressure now starts to go on pretty hot here with Watson Palmer. Now this man here, he's a pretty good sort of a pursuiter. He finished third in the under-17 individual pursuit last year. He's moved up into the under-19 ranks. Performed pretty well in the time trial recently in the road race at the Road Championships, and he's got himself off the front. He'll be more than happy at this endurance event just to roll off there. You can see him in time trial mode here, starting to open up a reasonable sort of a gap. So the riders will be very aware of the calibre of this young man, and they won't want to let him get too far ahead.
No, well, they've got to let him go, and now they've reacted. He sits up, he knows they're coming hard after him. He's had a look over his shoulder, Indian file. When they're strung out like that, you know the pace is on. So he lit a couple of matches, just tests the legs a little bit, and you know that sort of has given the others sort of the inspiration to keep things going. Down the back straight, Mikael Van Hennigan. So another very strong young man from Canterbury, but he moves up the track, goes, well, we'll just wait. It's going to regroup, settles down a little bit. McLeod goes through. On McLeod, he moves up, goes to the top of the track. So the pace has been on now, it regroups, bunches up. Joel Douglas, Zach Patterson's never too far away from the action.
So it's an interesting mix with the backgrounds of these riders here, some of them based in some of the various hubs around the country and pretty much riding their bikes full time. Then you've got a few of them there that are bouncing out their studies along with work. Ryan McLeod working in Canterbury and still managing to stay at the top level on the bike here. He's been a New Zealand representative, as we mentioned the name Canterbury, and it is the red and black colours that head off the front. Now they've allowed two to go away this year, so this is going to put pressure on some of those other centres to have to go to the front and do the chasing, because you won't see any other red and black there towards the front. And it looks like Waikato, Auckland in the mix there towards the front of the field. Meanwhile, Jackson White and Fish, Mid-South Canterbury, in the limey green sort of yellowy colours there. They are keeping a very close eye on things, but hiding away in the bunch.
Well, Ryan McLeod, he loves to ride aggressively. He's got that big diesel engine. He can go all day with him. He's taken Mikael Van Hennigan, another very hard worker. So two strong men out front. They've committed. They're going to come around to get 8 laps to go. So they've got 8 on the board. So we're into the last 2,000 metres of the scratch race. And it's pretty clear right now. Canterbury out front, they've opened up a little bit of gap. They're putting the pressure on the other riders. Waikato decide, well, they've got to go after them now. Mid-South Canterbury.
Looks like Fish with that familiar fluoro orange helmet who's doing the chasing down. Now Jack Castle, 1, 2, 3. We haven't mentioned him here at all yet. He's waiting patiently in there. Is he going to leave it to the last few laps? As a few riders now start to struggle off the back here. A bit like the scratch race last night, the pace being very steady indeed. From the cameras here, you might think that they're just ticking along at a pretty leisurely sort of a rate, but these guys are going pretty hard out when you can see that we've already lost about a third of the field who just couldn't keep up with this high pace here. Up onto the track they go. The opportunity for the counter-attack as they ease.
Yeah, 5 to go. Edward Pawson has a little bit of a look, thinks about maybe I should go, but he had a little bit of work. Now he's got his Auckland teammates on the front. Well, they're sort of not letting him just ride off the front either. So Joel Douglas, Joel Douglas. He's put his head down and goes, well, maybe we'll give it a go with 4 to go. So he's going to have to commit big time. They start to spread across the track. Jack Carswell's in the middle looking around. Now he's about ready to wind the elastic up. He's got it fully wound. He's ready to jump out of this group and close it down. But around the outside, it's Jonathan Fish. He's going to be the first to make a move with 3 to go. Joel Douglas out in front. Oh, he looks across the track. He goes, I've got a fairly good advantage here, but look at the move. Look at the Mid-South Canterbury rider. He is going full throttle. Zach Patterson. They're looking to Zach Patterson. He's had a big workload, but 2 to go. Joel Douglas out in front with 2 to go. Oh, he's being chased. He's holding on. He's looking pretty comfortable. The Auckland rider, Jonathan Fish, hasn't closed it down. The Waikato riders, they're looking for a little bit of help. They're leaving it to Patterson. Jack Carswell winds up around the outside of the track. He's going to make a run, but going into the bell, he might have left it too late. This could be a great ride by Joel Douglas. Joel Douglas, he's going to come around. He's got 100 metres to go, and he's going to take out the scratch race. Joel Douglas, there he goes, brings it home for Auckland. Brilliant performance from Joel Douglas. The battle Fish hangs on for the second place. I think Jack Carswell might have got up for third. Well, we saw it last night. We saw it again tonight, Julian. A few of the young rock stars in there. They just hesitated, and Joel Douglas skinned them.
Absolutely. You roll the dice, you give it a crack there, and he was committed. Once he saw he had the gap there, he wasn't going to ease on off. And as you said, they all started looking each way and deciding so often how a national championship result can transpire here by looking at each other and allowing a guy to go off like that. You can do all the training in the world, but you're still going to be switched on, willing to try and shut it down, but they gave him too much real estate, and a fine effort by the Aucklander, Joel Douglas, to take out the scratch race here tonight. Folks, would you give it up for Joel Douglas in the field of the Under-19 men's final?
Well, very good racing from a number of riders. Tactically, lots of people tried stuff, good aggressive racing from the under-19, and that's what the coaches try to do. They try to encourage them to attack, to ride aggressively. They did that tonight. So it's been a big program here today. We started at 10 o'clock this morning, went through to about 2:30, and then back at 5 o'clock for this evening's session. Some of the riders have had a big program, and many of them are about to come up onto the track shortly. It'll be the Under-19 Women's Points Race. 15 kilometres is the distance. Of course, they will sprint every 10 laps. Julian will do the maths on how many sprints.
That'll be the big total of 6 sprints there for these riders, of course. 5, 3, 2 and 1 are the points that are up for grabs for each one of those sprints. And double points for the final sprint, which more often than not has actually determined the result, not only at national level but also at international level. So plenty of opportunities for riders to try and secure those points there. And obviously the rider with the most points at the conclusion of the race will take out the title, because throw into the mix, if they lap the field, they also pick up 20 points. You get lapped and you lose 20 points. So yes, you can finish in the negatives. So riders will be very aware of that. And with the distance that we have here, unlike some of the age group racing where it's quite short and sharp, this longer distance, that is always on the cards, where you could see a group of riders or an individual lap the field. In their final instructions, got Ian Denty, one of the local commissaires here. Checking off, they've got everyone accounted for. They'll be all loaded into the system, and we'll see on the scoreboard as the race progresses how those points are being tallied up. As I said, 5, 3, 2 and 1 if it's the first time you've seen a points race. Spread evenly across the events here, so a lot of maths involved for the riders. They'll be constantly tuning into the commentary. They'll be looking up at the scoreboard. They'll have their coaches giving them wave just to remind them when the next of the sprints is coming up. Of course, some of these riders will approach this race here with the idea that they will try and pick up as many points as they can. It's all about consistency when it comes to the points race. Don't necessarily have to go out there and win every sprint. There'll be those in there who will be considering the opportunity of trying to lap the field. They won't have as much faith in their sprinting ability. But it's amazing as the race progresses here, some riders just get stronger and stronger and start appearing to the forefront often in some of the sprints. Of course, it's the Elite Men's points race on Saturday, which we'll see Corvin Strong, the current world points race champion. That'll conclude the program of the week's racing. Of course, we're in day 2 here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 track championships here in Southland and Invercargill. Great to have so many people on the live chat here tonight. Let us know your picks. Who are you expecting to make the moves? Who do you expect to be there at the sharp end of the race here? In a good size field for this under-19 women's. Amy Blackmore out there for Auckland along with B Townsend. Georgia Cloth also makes up the trio from Auckland. Amelia Sykes, we've already seen her in fine action in the pursuit, taking a national record along the way from Canterbury. She's joined by Canterbury, Spurway and Murray, along with Madison Lowry, Michaela Grant and Sammy Walker. So a strong contingent from the Canterbury region. Jazz McLeod, Jess Spencer and Riley Ackroyd also in the mix there for Southlands, along with Holly Bliss, Anderson and Fowler for Waikato Bay of Plenty. They are your field here for the women's under-19 points race.
Well, 56, that time past the finish line. They'll be starting to think about the first sprint. The points on offer, 5, 3, 2 and 1, double points on the last sprint. The scoreboard will update us with the points throughout the evening, and we'll probably keep a little bit of a wary eye on that ourselves just to try and keep things going. But riding out in front, Samantha Walker putting in a pretty good performance, just riding off the front. Thought she might have wanted to keep it going. But a long way to the first sprint, so she decides to just swing up the track. Pace drops off, they move wide. So the tactics often a little bit different in a points race. Of course, you can lap the field and gain 20 points. Likewise, you lose a lap, you lose 20 points. So sometimes you'll see riders hit them pretty hard after a sprint or some stage during the race and try and take that lap and just sneak away. Sometimes you just sneak off the front like it's happening right now. And you can just sneak away. Samantha Walker, they just go, oh, I'm not going to bother chasing, so we'll just leave her out there. And she edges away. She's looked over her shoulder. She's got a gap. Now she's got to decide, do I commit full gas or do I just ride my own tempo? As they come in towards the sprint. So the lap board, it's got 52 on it. It's 51, they're going to get the bell. So first sprint coming up in the points race. Out front, Samantha Walker. So she's going to, she's got enough of a lead to take the 5. They're coming at it pretty fast as she goes into the 100. Certainly been out there doing the work, so she deserves it. She's going to come around the closing quickly though. She's going to have to fight hard in the straight. Goes through, takes the 5 points. Getting up on the outside, of course, from our angle. We'll give the Prudence Fowler. And that will leave the minors to the judges.
Yeah, I think I saw likes of Riley Ackroyd up there, might have snuck herself into about 3rd place from Southland, another one of the Canterbury riders as well. They'll look at the video footage and they'll confirm for us in a few moments' time how that result transpired in the end. But yeah, the Canterbury riders riding a smart race at the moment. Walker in the prime position, just rolled off, didn't bust her boiler out there, just did enough to stay clear. And it was up to the remainder of the field, if you were in black and red, to do the chasing as they ease the things off here. But as we've mentioned, the counterattack often happens after one of the sprints. Now you might have noticed also one of the commissaires down on the inside that was giving the instructions to them at the start. He stands down the inside there and he has constantly got his eye on the front of the race. And he'll point to the lead rider each time through as we get confirmation of Walker taking the 5 points from Fowler on 3, Grant on 2 and Ackroyd on the 1 points. So yeah, the commissaire point to the fronts. Very important job, particularly as the field starts to splinter often in these sorts of events, and you can imagine in a Madison and that when things get very messy, so they've got to stay very focused indeed and keep everyone informed of exactly who is considered to be the front of the race.
Well, with Samantha Walker taking the points, but the key in the points race is just to keep the points ticking over. So getting 1 point in the first sprint is good because you can just get 3 in the next one, just keep building the total. But there's the leader, so sitting on the front of the group at the moment. In the 19 women's points race. And the riders just settle down after the sprint. They're not too worried about what's going on. Riley Ackroyd, so she scored a point, so will be ever vigilant, want to stay near the front, not get into any sort of trouble. We'll keep an eye on the laps because every 10 laps there's a sprint. The bell keeps the judges, keeps the man counting the laps on his toes. He's got to try and get it right. to the riders know. Amy Blackmore rolls through up the track, so it's a little bit, the pace is off at the moment. They're all thinking about the sprint. No one wants to rip their legs off just yet. That's where if you're one of the strong riders, the pursuit type rider, you can, and you don't think you're going to score a lot of points. You can't see an opportunity if it's the sort of pace that you just open up, go full throttle. And the young lady that scored the first point, Samantha Walker, goes, well, we'll just nudge off the front again, but I think they're going to close it down straight away.
So I'd be very surprised if they allow her to get away a second time, but then again, the way they're going with the easing off the pace here, that's actually quite a dangerous time, which riders just go into a bit of a lapse, they go into a bit of a snooze pattern there, and all of a sudden a rider can sneak off the front. It is Canterbury leading them down. The familiar rocking figure of Riley Ackroyd there. She's got a very good sprint on her. She's taking out an Oceania title, so they'll be very aware of her as she comes round the outside, the local girl. Round the outside to take this one out, I would suggest. It's going to be tight for second, third and fourth. One of her teammates, Jazz McLeod, I think up there into potentially second. But Ackroyd gets herself further up the leaders board, already taken out a single point in the first one. As we mentioned at the start, it's about consistency there. As we see Spurway now starting to put a bit of a charge.
Well, Charlotte Spurway, great ride at the National Championships on the road. He's got plenty of good form, plenty of strength in the legs and decides to stretch it out. Prudence Fowler goes with her. Charlotte Spurway. There's the points for the second sprint. Ackroyd, McLeod, Sykes and Blackmore. And that'll be totaled. Riley Ackroyd will have 6 points after taking one in the first, but we'll leave it to the judges to calculate it. Prudence Fowler, Charlotte Spurway. Well, they're two riders you want to get too far away. There we go. Riley Ackroyd on 6th. Walker on 5. Then we have McLeod, Fowler, both on 3. Sykes, Grant and Blackmore, top 7. So early stages of the points race, and a break like this fairly dangerous. They've already got the length of the straight here of the Velodrome, so someone's going to have to commit. Charlotte Spurway, well, she's not going to slow down. She's not going to wait for the sprints. She's just going to keep the pressure on up front. Puts a lot of pressure on the other riders. Prudence Fowler, she'll work hard all day. Very good rider. Was from Auckland, rides out of the Waikato Centre.
Yes, this was a prime example of what we said earlier. Wait for the counter-attack straight after one of the sprints. And these two riders have waited exactly for that, and without any huge effort have managed to open up a decent gap on the field as they were busy going into the red after the efforts of the sprint. You didn't really see these two too close to it. Fowler was the closest, picking up some points there. But now they've opened up a decent one. They're looking for the big points, the 20. Now, just so you're clear on it here, there's also another little ruling that's often made a difference between anyone picking up medals or not. If these riders can get up to the rear of the group, which they're making very good progress in doing so far, and they're starting to approach another sprint, they would be smart enough just to hover off the back, pick up the 5 points, the 3 points together, and then shut it down. And potentially then you can pick up 25 points. If you do catch the bunch before the sprint, or as they're going into it there, all of a sudden it's the front of the bunch that becomes the front of the race. And so you don't quite get as many points as what you could have. That has actually been the difference at a real championship level. These riders would have considered all those factors as they slowly but surely are starting to shut down the gap to the main bunch.
Well, almost into the same straight, and they're working well together, two hard workers, so some others are going to have to really commit. They want to pull them back, or they might go, well, we've lost 20, so we'll just wait. It's still early in the race. 31 laps on the board. Charlotte Spurway, I hear the bell's starting to ring. Prudence Fowler, might be the cowbells for Prudence Fowler just to start picking it up. Riley Ackroyd sits top of the leaderboard, so she'll have to start thinking about maybe it's time to try and encourage the other riders to chase. Well, they've got them in their sights. They come out of turn 4 and they can see the bunch going into turn 1. Riley Ackroyd, what's she going to do? Charlotte Spurway, Prudence Fowler out in front. And they're lapping well together, not shirking a turn. They'll just share the points amongst themselves. They're just focused on trying to get the 20. But the bell's gone, so there'll be 5 points up for grabs.
And that's the big difference. As you said, Dal, those two at the front are working extremely well together. Meanwhile, what's left of what you could call the main bunch, not so unified at all. And that is allowing these two to keep shutting things down here as they just keep sharing the workload. More than happy to share the points amongst each other because they've got the bigger prize in mind, the gold medal, trying to pick up as many of the points along the way. They'd be quite happy just to hover off the back there and pick up a few of the sprints before eventually shutting it down, because they're in a bit of disarray the remainder of this field.
Well, it's the length of the banking now between the two, and they've got 27 on the board, so I think they'll just probably go up, close the gap, and take the 20, sit in the bunch, get some recovery. And there we go. They've taken the lap. It's a very good effort. Charlotte Spurway, National Road Race champion, goes around, and they've lapped the field. Prudence Fowler, so now they'll go to 20 to put them 1 and 2, or first equal on the leaderboard, because none of them have scored points so far. So now there's an opportunity for other riders to either put the pressure on, try and take a lap. Still plenty of time to do so, but you need the right combination. You need the riders that are committed to do that. So there we go. Prudence Fowler on 26, Charlotte Spurway on 25, Riley Ackroyd 8, Sammy Walker 5, Amelia Sykes on 3, Jasmine McLeod, Michaela Grant. So Prudence Fowler, Charlotte Spurway, now they have to keep a little bit of an eye on each other. That changes the tactics and dynamics of the race, because they're going to fight for points. Other riders are thinking for the points as well. Just because you're on 5 points, there's still enough sprints left that you can move yourself right up into medal contention.
And let's not forget, of course, folks, they've got the final sprint, which is double points. And as I said right at the very start of the this race here, it's often determined the overall win. But no, Fowler and Spurway currently, though, in the box seat. They've just got to ensure they stay close to the main bunch here, keep a close eye on each other. The challenge has now been thrown out to the remainder of the field. They're either going to be scrapping for the minor placings, or can they get a lap on those two leaders and get themselves back into contention to potentially take out the 2021 title. Not based on the way we're riding at the moment, though. It's just backed right off and up the banking they go.
Well, Riley Ackroyd, I think, will back herself to pick up the next sprint. It's riding very well, looking very comfortable. So she will position herself, try and take points, and get the 5. It just chips away. You get 5, you move yourself up to 13. You're getting a little bit closer, and you've still got plenty of time to do it. 84, that'll be Jessica Spencer. Jessica Spencer decides to wind it up. Bell's gone. So another sprint, 5 more points on the line. Who wants it the most? So travelling Waikato down the back straight. Looks like Prudence Fowler's going, well, I'm going to get the points. Where's Charlotte Spurway? She's not in the shot at the moment, so Prudence Fowler goes, thanks very much. I'll just extend the lead. Goes to 31.
I think it was Ackroyd, got herself into second position, but a good move there by Fowler. She had a good look around, as you said. You've got to keep an eye on where everyone is at all times and realise she had a gap on her main opposition there, so she took full advantage of it. Didn't really need all those points, but when the opportunity arises, you've got to take them. And if you can position yourself in the bunch to be separated from your opposition when you've done a lap like that there, it can make a huge difference. But Canterbury, once again, are going to put a bit of a nudge off the front and put some more pressure onto the field. So some of these centres here are going to have to seriously start rethinking their plans.
Well, it's Charlotte Spurway. So she sat back in that sprint, maybe on purpose to go, well, I'll hit them again straight after it, see who comes with me. Well, it's Prudence Fowler, covers it. So maybe they should just keep it going. They might take another lap on the field. They've got 17 laps to do so. So they're going to work together again. And this time the field does really need to react. But 2 dominant riders really dominating this under 19 points races. Charlotte Spurway, Prudence Fowler. And again, they've snuck off the front. They've opened up already the length of the banking. And while they're out there, they're working well together. They're not swinging up and down the track looking for someone else to do it. Charlotte Spurway, Prudence Fowler. So Charlotte Spurway's going to have to think about, how do I get some points advantage over Prudence Fowler, probably slightly quicker in the sprint.
Yeah, I think back in that main field there's a combination of fatigue but also frustration there, as the red and black team are combining very well here to keep the pace just going just hard enough, but allowing to have that gap open for those 2 leaders. As we see some efforts from the Canterbury team as they send off more riders. So a number of riders, I think, starting to go into the red zone a bit, starting to fatigue. The colour of the faces are starting to change amongst 1 or 2 of them here as they start to splinter a bit as we start getting towards the sharper end of the race. Some 14 laps remaining here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome.
Well, Prudence Fowler, she's certainly in control. Very good bike rider. They've joined up, so that group. So will we see a regrouping, or are they going to continue to work? Often the more riders you have in the front, the less disjointed it becomes, the more disjointed it becomes, and they don't want to work together. So Charlotte Spurway, Prudence Fowler, who's joined them. We've got Amelia Sykes, so the individual pursuit champion, Amelia Sykes. So she's still got pretty good legs. Amy Blackmore just trying to close it down, and it's all back together.
There's one or two in that main bunch I think we've seen for the first time for a wee while there. Dell just starting to shut the gap down, but they're running out of real estate to be able to do it as we line ourselves up for another one of the sprints. And it's Southland's Ackroyd that's going to lead them through. The rest of the field just sort of sit up a little bit there as they leave a few of them just to contest it, with Blackmore on the wheel of Ackroyd. A bit of a challenge happening further back there with Spurway. She's trying to get herself into the mix, but it's going to be Ackroyd that'll pick up the maximum points. She'll get the 5. Blackmore would be next. Spurway would be third across the line. So they'll pick up the 5, the 3 and the 2-pointer. And I think Fowler would be the next one who picked up a 1. As we said at the start, consistency is what you want there. And it looks like quickly we have the results confirmed. Ackroyd, Blackmore, Spurway, Fowler to continue to push themselves up the leaders board here. But our 2 that have been going off the front all night long, it looks like they're going to have another wee nudge at it here. They are certainly showing that they're very strong indeed.
Well, top 2 riders in the race, and the battle's going to be for the bronze medal. Ackroyd's there on 16, quite comfortable at the moment. Amy Blackmore has moved herself up into 4th equal place with Samantha Walker on 5 double points on the last. Got 8 laps to go. With 32 points, Prudence Fowler. And a very good performance by Prudence Fowler. Charlotte Spurway's doing everything she can, but she just needs to pick up some points and hope Prudence Fowler doesn't. That's where the opportunity Julian spoke about earlier that Prudence Fowler took in that sprint. Charlotte Spurway just relaxed a little bit, and that could be the difference between the national title and the silver medal. Riley Ackroyd put in a great ride there in 3rd place. She'll be a little bit frustrated she didn't go with them. Prudence Fowler just keeping the pressure on. Charlotte Spurway just starting to feel it a little bit.
I was going to say, Dale, I think Spurway might be just starting to overboil a wee bit here. She's just been trying to hang on desperately, but she's a fine rider. She won't want to give this one up. Fowler will just keep the pace nice and steady throughout, but here comes one of the Canterbury teammates to come across. But Spurway desperately trying to hold on, but you can just see a bit of a gap opens each time when they exchange laps together here. As we're down into single figures, there are 5 laps to go, and of course it's double points time available for these riders, but more importantly that's all about the bronze medal.
Well, Charlotte Spurway, she might be struggling a bit, but she's still not missing a turn on the front. Prudence Fowler has a look across and goes, well, we've got a good gap, 4 to go. So Charlotte Spurway gets joined by the lady that won the first sprint. That's Amelia Sykes. Sorry, Amelia Sykes has got across, the national pursuit champion. The first sprint, it's one of the other Canterbury riders. So Amelia Sykes joins them, and there's nobody in sight. The rest of the field have sat up. Well, they almost have sat up. They're in a big bunch. Prudence Fowler, Charlotte Spurway, Amelia Sykes, the other 3 that have gone clear. So Amelia Sykes knows double points on the last. I can move myself up into a medal. I've just got to win this sprint.
Well, Sykes currently sitting on 3 points. She would desperately love if they could just get that lap there, because it won't quite get her up there, and she wins the 10 points, of course. But the main bunch, what's left of them, has backed right off. They've got nothing left in the legs. Meanwhile, the 3 at the front here, and of course there's really just the 2 that's all about. Fowler and Spurway are going to enter into it with 250 metres to go. They start to wind things on up, and at the moment it's Amelia Sykes who's leading them down the back straight. Fowler, of course, leading overall. She gives it a kick, and she looks like she's on her way to taking out a gold medal from Spurway as Fowler comes down. A fine effort indeed by the Waikato Bay of Plenty rider. She takes out the maximum points and ensuring that she gets herself the gold medal. Spurway will secure the silver medal. We'll wait for the judges to confirm the rest, but it should be Ackroyd with the bronze. And a fine effort indeed here in the final of the sprints over this women's under-19 points race over 15,000 metres here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome. The final event of the night. They put on a good performance. Fowler and Spurway, they were the strongest right from the get-go, Dow, and they certainly proved why they should be at the top of the podium.
Prudence Fowler, very good ride in control, covered Charlotte Spurway, and deserving winner of the national points race. Prudence Fowler, great performance, winning the national title. So we'll have the presentations for the under-19 men's scratch race, the under-19 women's points race. Dale Woodford, Julian Ineson bringing you the coverage. Sky Sport Next. Thanks very much to everybody that's joined us on the coverage. It's been a fantastic night's racing. The presentations, it's going to be really interesting to see what the riders have to say in the interviews that Julian will do after the medal presentations. We'll be back at the track tomorrow morning for the 5th session on day 3 of the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Cycling Championships, 10 a.m. Sprint qualifying for the under-19s. The Elite Men's Keirin first round. The women's under-19 sprint quarterfinals. So a good morning of racing. If you're in the area, do pop into the Velodrome. And tomorrow evening we'll be back from 5 p.m. on Sky Sport Next. It's a big program. Once again, full program, lots of exciting racing. The Elite Men's Elimination race, that's going to be a cracker. The Men's Keirin and Elite Women's Keirin finals. The under-19 scratch race, the under-19 men's points race. So again, they'll finish off the program. So we'll be live on Sky Sport Next from 5 p.m. Prudence Fowler, Charlotte Spurway, congratulating each other and saying well done. That was a good ride. They rode exceptionally well. Thanks to all the international guests that have sent a comment through on Sky Sport Next. It's great you can join us for the coverage of these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. The team here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome do a fantastic job. It's a first-class facility in beautiful condition. A few thousand people a day come through the Velodrome. That certainly keeps them very busy. Lots going on. The riders will set themselves. The presentations. Julian's gone down to the infield. He'll do the presentations and the interviews with the winners of the under-19 men's points race. Oh, sorry, under-19 men's scratch race and the under-19 women's points race. Well, it's been another great night of racing. Sam Webster dominating the men's sprint. And, great to hear him that he's got a lot of confidence in the depth that's coming through and seeing the young sprinters pushing and challenging. Great to see Bradley Knight back hitting some top form. It was a big step up when you've been a junior world champion to break into the elite. It takes a number of years. Fantastic performance from our paracyclist. Cameron Davies still down there at the medal round his neck and talking to the other riders. Huge thanks to Nick Blinker who jumped in and helped us out with the commentary throughout the evening as well, particularly getting his expertise on the paracycling. So the riders warm down. Also had a late night. They were here at 5. They'll go home. They'll get some dinner, rest up, and they'll be back tomorrow morning warming up. 9 o'clock for racing at 10. Another great day. Not too many incidents for Steve Holdsworth. He's doing a great job, Chief Commissaire, with his team. And Cricklington, the technical delegate. Mark Reynolds, Chief Judge. Julian's just getting set for the presentations. He's got the scripts, and we won't be too far away from getting underway with those.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Under-19 Men Scratch Race Championship will now take place. The medals will be presented by Mr. Alan Dennis, Chairman of the ILT, the Invercargill Licensing Trust. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Jack Carswell. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Mid-South Canterbury, Jonathan Fish. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Men Scratch National Champion, representing Auckland, Joel Douglas. And the winner to receive the NZACA 5 Mile Junior Championship Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2021 Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships Under-19 Women 15K Points Race Championship will now take place. The medals will once again be presented by Mr. Alan Dennis, Chairman of the Invercargill Licensing Trust. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Riley Ackroyd. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Charlotte Spurway. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2021 Under-19 Women's 15K Points National Champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Prudence Fowler. And the winner to receive the Bev May Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2021 Vantage Elite Under-19 National Track Championships. Well, folks, we're very grateful to have Joel Douglas here with us, of course, the winner of the Under-19 Men's Scratch Race Championship. So, Joel, fantastic effort here tonight. What a great way to start your campaign.
Yeah, thank you. I was a bit disappointed with last night, so to win this, it's kind of a nice reward for all the hard work that's been put in. So.
And we talked a lot in the commentary about plans going into a race. Was it a plan to try and go off the front and take it to them?
Yeah, so I kind of planned to go within the last 10 laps and just wait for a lull, and that's exactly what happened, and yeah, attacked, so worked out.
Were you quite surprised that that's the hesitation of the field there? Because they did take a few laps before they realised this guy's serious about taking this title.
Yeah, well, that was half the reason why I decided to go then, because I knew that people wouldn't be as willing to chase with that many laps to go, but yeah, I was expecting a bit more than that, so yeah.
Well, congratulations. It was a fantastic race to watch on your national championship title. Folks, would you put your hands together for Joel Douglas? So we've got Prudence Fowler now joining us, the winner of the Under-19 Women's 15K points race. Well, she was a hard-fought race there, Prudence. You didn't muck around getting off the front.
Yeah, no, definitely the hard way to do it.
Were you surprised at the way the field just sort of disintegrated and there was just the two of you out the front there?
There's some pretty aggressive races in the group, so I definitely knew it was going to be a bit of a hard one, but yeah, kind of planned out how I liked it, so.
And it's always good racing amongst that particular age group there, and tonight proved the same once again. But coming off a road campaign, you must have been surprised at how the legs felt on the track.
Yeah, definitely been trying to do a little bit of track work, so I still had the legs coming off road nationals, but yeah.
And what remains for the rest of the program for you?
Scratch race tomorrow, and then elimination on Saturday.
Well, we look forward to seeing you and the team in action once again. Folks, would you put your hands together for the winner tonight, Prudence Fowler?
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at the SIT Zero Fees Velodrome for this evening's racing. It's been a real pleasure. Along with Julian Inison, I'm Dale Woodford, bringing you all the coverage on Sky Sport Next. Don't forget to join us tomorrow night from 5 p.m. We'll be live to you on Sky Sport Next with all the action. Good evening and good night.
Welcome to the virtual world, Jace. Sit to learn, there's so many great online courses, bro.
Oh, I don't have that luxury fit too, it's too expensive.
Bro, zero fees, kid.